Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech SAP S/4HANA FSCM Collection Management training. Brace yourselves for an immersive journey into the world of efficient credit and receivables management. In this comprehensive course, you'll master the art of streamlining your collections process through SAP S/4HANA's powerful FSCM module. We'll dive deep into configuring customer master data, setting up account assignments, and automating dunning procedures. You'll gain mastery over creating and managing revenue deductions, handling disputes, and leveraging analytics for data-driven decision-making. Our seasoned experts will guide you through real-world scenarios, equipping you with best practices, from adopting standardized accounting practices to automating receivables processing. You'll unlock the full potential of SAP S/4HANA FSCM Collection Management. Get ready to elevate your collections game and drive operational excellence with ZaranTech's cutting-edge training. Invest in your future today and become an SAP S/4HANA FSCM Collection Management champion. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Basic data. 2. Collection rules. 3. Organizational structure. 4. Promises to pay. 5. Customer contacts. 6. The organizational structure. 7. Collection segment. 8. Defining collection segment. 9. Processing collection worklist on basic scenario. 10. End-to-end scenario simulation. Let's dive in.
So, hello everyone. So, just maybe I will start with a quick introduction of mine. Then maybe we'll just try to know each other first before we get started on this training, right? So my name is Jeet. So I'm just trying to help you guys on the collection management module. So I have been working with SAP for the last 15 years, right? And in most of the companies, right, we had used this collection management module. So it has evolved over the years as we move on from the ECC to the S/4HANA version. So I will be trying my level best to explain you the difference between the different versions as well, and how you can configure for which scenarios, and we will be making it more interactive, right, so that you can apply the knowledge directly when you are working, right, in your organization. So that will be the strategy for the training. So that was a brief background of myself. So first of all, right, so starting off with this collections management module, right, so the main focus here is to ensure that whatever are those maybe the outstanding with the customers, right, so we are able to collect on time, right. So that is the primary focus. So we will discuss about when we go through this, right, we will start with the very basics, like first of all, which are the maybe the BTEs which are maybe you need to activate them. This should be already there in your system if you are using the collection management, but it's better to know that, like for example, when you are going through a system refresh, or when maybe you are going through some system upgrades, right, so you need to have this checkpoints ready, right, in your checklist, to ensure that this this activation step is not missed out, right. So that's the reason I also put this together in the slides, just to be 100% sure that we have this also covered. So basically what SAP does is it has already provided this kind of in its application patches, right, even in the S/4HANA. It has kind of pre-configured few of the modules, like for example, for the collection management, right, you can see that maybe when I go through the system, right. So actually we are here, we are at the like collections management over here, and here you can see, right, so there are these two tabs. So we will go through this, but before that, as a prerequisite, right, so here first you need to activate this collections management, correct, right. So here basically what it does is, basically SAP has this business transaction events where as you know, right, in the collection management, first of all, you need to ensure that your all the business partners from which you are collecting, like right, they are extended to the collection segments, and also the data flows into this module of collection management. and also there are subsequent functions that we will be discussing. So for that, right, this particular component has to be active. Clear? So it's very straightforward. So basically you are having this collection management module which is activated. So this will be your first step of the configuration, right? So and once you do this, right, it will also, maybe you need to also ensure that the company codes are also activated for the collection management, correct? So for example, you can have multiple company codes which are there in your organization, and maybe you will be using this collection management module for few of them or maybe for all of them. So that also can be done over here, right? So now what do we mean by that? So let's get in touch with this one. So basically here you have the company codes. So here you can see that, let's say for like in our training system, right, we have two company codes for which the collection management module is activated. So what does that mean, right? So that means basically you are transferring the data from your ER, right, which is for example your FBL 5N report where you have all your collections data which comes up. So you are transferring the data from AR into this collection management module. Okay, so how do you achieve that? So first you activate this basic settings over here, right? So like for example, you have defined the company codes for which your collections management is active, correct? Right, and then what you do is you set up the distributions rules per company code over here. Okay, so for example here previously I shown, right, so there were two company codes for which you had this collection management being activated, correct? So now this is the company code 1710 that we are looking for, and here basically which type of items or maybe which type of information are flowing from, you define it over here. For example here, right, there in the customer master, right, we'll be seeing later on as well. So there is an option kind of having a branch office or kind of a head office if that function is activated, and you can also have some alternate pair, right? For example, you have generated just giving an example from the airlines industry, let's say uh, you may be generating an invoice for the maybe the headquarters in a particular region, right? And then maybe the payment can be either done from the headquarters or maybe from the ship to party, right? So where actually you are maybe sending the goods, so they can also do the payment from, right? So I'm talking about a scenario where we are in an airlines catering industry, and where you are trying to basically there are different kind of airports, right, where we are kind of delivering the food or something like that. So from there, right, so either you can take the payment from the particular shipping location where you are delivering it, or it can be also paid from the head office, right? Which is, for example, maybe you're in Germany, so let's say you are delivering to the Dusseldorf airport, and maybe the headquarters are located at Frankfurt, right? So from Frankfurt, maybe you may be kind of doing the follow-ups with them, right? So all those items, right, which are due from the head office, those will be transferred across to your collections management, and on those only the collection specialist will follow, right? Yeah, so you can have more company codes over here, so the data will flow into the collection management module for all those entity
Okay.
codes, right? So basically when you activate this collection management, right, so okay, let me just discuss that as well. Okay, so for example here, right, what I'm telling is okay, so first I talk about this FICM over here, right? So now this is activated, right? So once you activate this, these are the company codes, correct? So before going to the, I have not gone into the org structure yet, so that's the reason I didn't come into the BP part at the moment. So now once you transfer this to the company code, right, like maybe once you activate this for this company code, right, so you need to first inform, right, for which are the data, correct? So data will flow from where? From the AR module, correct? Now from AR module, it will flow like which items gets transferred. Maybe I have just maybe talk about the concept of the head office and the branch office, and with the example which I have taken, right? Maybe the head office is at Frankfurt, and it can have branch office as Dusseldorf or Frankfurt or any other airports, right? So, so basically you can configure them, right? But that means these are all customer numbers. Coming back straight to the point, right, which you had, right? How do you know that this customer is a head office or this is a branch office, right? So basically, when we go into the customer, right, we will see that first you have the general data, correct? You have the company code data, right? And then you also have the collection segment data. Okay.
I mean, the collection
So,
segment will be activated once you activate this, right? There's no collection.
yeah. So, yes. So right now we have not configured yet the collection segment. So we will come to that once we maybe proceed a little bit on the configuration. So with this collection segment data, right, you will have some details about the collection segment for this particular customer.
Okay.
There is a batch job which can be set up for this. So where whenever it is extended to the company code, we will be setting up the rules as well, definitely. And also there can be an extension which can be set to this collection segment.
Okay.
Right. So you need not do it manually, but yes, this step is mandatory to be done. So not in SMW, basically there are batch jobs which SAP standard
Okay.
have already available, so you can use it. Okay, that should be fine. So basically, once you activate those batch jobs, what will happen? Any new customer which is created for that company code. So first, the system will check, right? So whether this particular company code, like for example, the customer is extended to this company code or not. So now, if it's extended to this company code, it again goes back here whether the collection management module is activated for that company code or not. So then, if it's activated, right, then it check like which are the open items which needs to be transferred into collection management, and based on that it will do that. Okay, is it clear, this part? So with this, right, I can maybe we just proceed ahead with the next part. Like, so now we know that now the thing is we just go directly to the maybe the collections rules or the strat. So
Okay.
you must ensure just to be on a safer side, right? So let's have a quick look as well through this one. So here you are activating it. Okay, like so it's basically FDM cust 08. Okay, so here basically you have this application activated.
Okay.
Okay, and it's kind of a it's basically transaction driven, as you know, right? Which are the transactions where the collection management module is being hit? For example, master data, right? And then the transfer of the line items, it's a separate, it is not included in your posting event, right? For example, I think the 1030 or 1120, these are the standard business transaction event. When you post a document or change a document, at that time it is not being hit, but rather you are having a separate kind of job or separate event where you transfer the open items to this collection management module. Okay, so this is kind of, this application have to be activated before you start using it. So with this, right, so with this brief background, let's move on to the basic rules. I think here I would need some your help. So now in your system, right, like is it like all the open items are transferred to the collection agency, or how do you like what is the basic strategy which you use, like when you transfer this some of the open items to the collection agency for collection, right? So there has to be some kind of basic rules, right, which you set up. Like what is the criteria? Or maybe I will just maybe define my question more clearly. Maybe yes. So let's say in your FI, right? Here, right? In your FIAR, right? So there are kind of maybe different types of customers, right? So maybe some are corporate customers, right? Corporate customers. There can be some B2B business, so you can have individual customers. Then you have the government maybe customers as well, right? Let's say we just talk about very simple scenario like this three. right? So now, for which are the customers you want to do this, activate this collection management module? So if for following up with this two, or maybe all these three, or like what is the current strategy which you have on this? So in this case, that means either it's kind of you're selling this directly to the end customer, or it can be a distributor, right? So so in this case, right? So you have kind of certain agreed terms and conditions for the maybe for the payment, right? Let's say in every 90 days or 30 days, something like that. And here it is more like based on the individual contract basis, right? With the direct. Now the collection management module, right? It only comes in where the items are overdue.
Mhm.
Items are overdue. Now let's say if you're talking that like this distribution follows a 30 days payment term, right? So then basically collection agencies means you will also incur some cost, right? Additional, whether it's insourced or outsourced, there will be some kind of headcounts who are working on this collection for this
Mhm.
particular thing, right? So definitely that means there you need not follow for all the items, but there will be specific items, maybe a certain order value or certain for which you will be doing this follow up, correct? Right? For example, it can be more than maybe 1,000 USD, like just a basic one. Just maybe it this has to be the open item value at minimum on
Mhm.
which you will be doing the follow up. Correct. So
So
now
yeah,
the thing is, yeah, yes, right. So this has to be the condition,
okay,
because if the items are not overdue, you cannot have a collection agency following up for that,
got it.
right?
Yeah.
Correct. Right. Mhm.
Right. So now, but these are only two parameters, right? For example, if the item is overdue and the amount is greater than this, what else can you have in there? Maybe you will also see if they have, uh, maybe the customer has told that I will do maybe a partial payment of this amount, and but it has not been kind of uh, uh, like the promise has not been made by the customer, right? So on those cases, right, you will have more priority of follow up on that, correct? Because that means there is a likely case where it has default, maybe due to some reason or other, right? So there can be other scenarios also. There can be also like a credit score of a customer, which you will be kind of applying over here whenever you are doing this collection, right? So all these things, right? So these are kind of like this not strategy, I would say this rules for setting up this collection management is done under the basic settings, which
Okay.
is which follows the, like, first you have the basic rules. Okay, maybe I will just you can use this one so it will be easier to explain. So in this, right, so first you have basically, first you set up your basic rules, which I was telling, right? So based on the amount or number of due days or credit score, or if you have broken the promise, right? But each basic rule may not be applied, right? So what you have is as a combination of this, all these basic rules, right? You can have collection rules, right? So let's say this is for the amount and overdue. Okay, how many days? Maybe it has to be 5 days overdue and the amount has to be more than 1,000 USD. Then it will go to your collection strategist. Okay, then maybe your credit score is maybe say something like maybe 30 or 20, something like that. It is there, right? Or maybe some ratings are there. You can also follow that, or maybe you can have yeah, which I told, right, whether it has any promise to pay which has been broken or something like that in those cases, right? So the collection rules can be based can be a combination of multiple basic rules. Okay, so I'm just drawing up the concept first, and then we will see how to configure this in the system.
Hey, can
Okay,
I ask you a question?
yeah, sure.
So when you, like, let me ask, when you say collection rules, like if the condition, the first basic rule condition is satisfied, then
Hmm.
the collection rule can be like you reach out to the customer through email or through telephone or something like that. That is what you call it as collection rule. The method.
No. No, first I'm just defining in which cases it will we will be following up for collection.
Okay.
Basic rules defines just the first level, right? For example, let's say you're going to the office, right? So when you are going to the office, there are certain checklists, right? So for example, whether you have taken your personal device, whether you have taken your ID card and all those things, right? So maybe you have taken your kind of office devices, that is rule one. You have taken your ID card and all the things, these are the rule two. And whether you have the correct transport selected for your going like for this particular activity, right? So that can be a rule three. So the collection rules maybe is a combination of all these three rules. Okay,
Okay.
that is what it is. Now, but this is a little bit different from the collection strategy, right? So collection strategy can be to determine the prioritization.
So that is the method. Like, what is the method you are going to?
Yes, right. For example, if some customer is having, let's say, a very low credit score, you will be always following up them first, right?
Yeah, low credit score, and if the overdue amount is there.
Yeah, overdue amount is high and there is a low credit score, then them you will be following up first, rather than those who are having a high credit score. Even let's say they are having the balance is much higher,
Yeah,
right?
got it. Yeah, understood.
So those things has to be kind of, those are the business decisions that has to be set up using your collection strategy. Okay,
Okay. So the
so
collection rules will be assigned to a strategy, right?
yes, right,
Eventually.
correct, absolutely. So now, for example, here, right, if you see, uh so it's very kind of, it's very systematic, I would say, and it's very well configured, I would say, from SAP standpoint. So what happens is, and the good thing is, these are all kind of pre-configured steps which SAP provides. So but we will also see how we can bring about variations in that as per the different business rules we may have, right? So this is what I was discussing about. So I was discussing about collection strategies. So it will have three steps. First, you need to define your basic rules. Okay. So once you define your basic rules, right? So that means you know, like, these are the conditions, the preconditions which are satisfied. Then you will be going to the collection rule, which can be a combination of multiple basic rules, and then you maybe strategize like which are the collection rule which you must follow first, and then maybe which will be followed next, and all those things. Correct. And and those customers which fulfills the rules are distributed to the work lists, right? Because I think there are also certain kind of maybe scenarios, right, where maybe some collection agencies, they are like they're kind of very stringent in their follow up, and maybe like their recovery rate is much higher, right? So certain customers you might be willing to allocate to this particular collection agency, and certain will be maybe to some maybe in-house collection agency, like for which the risk is much lower, right? So it will be, so those kinds of thing also, based on the strategy that you have, you can prepare the work lists. Okay, now let's see like what SAP has already provided for this basic rule. So basically, as we have told, right? So we have activated the collections management using kind of like business transaction event, right? So under this event, right? So I will maybe make it a little bit kind of technical, because these are also some important things which are required to be known, right? So there we have something which is known as the class. Okay, so for example, in this basic rules, right? For example, when we are going, right, so SAP has pre-configured certain kind of rule structures or class, right, for your which can be used to configure the checks for this basic rules, right? What do we mean by that? So with this, right, so you can see this as a part of your collection management, right? Uh, it has developed all these basic rules under one package, which is this one, UDM strategy. And under this UDM strategy, right, it has the kind of all the basic rules which are available under this like basis rule IDs. Okay, so that means like you can see that we have some names of this rule 1, rule 2, rule 3, right? So all this rules will means, right, for example, there will be certain pre-checks or condition which has to be fulfilled before this kind of basic rule is met, right? So these are all configured under this UDM strategy. Why I'm telling this as a maybe as a functional consultant, why do you need to know this? Is because, like, for example, there are certain, if you need to introduce a new strategy, or maybe in certain cases, right, where you uh, maybe require some additional field which needs to be called up for a check, right? So in those cases, you will need to inform maybe that, okay, so this needs to be added under this particular package, and maybe the running number was 14 earlier, you can have 15 as a next implementation name. Okay, so yeah, so sometimes you would need to maybe it's better to know this per thing end to end, right? So that's the reason it's like, so it's better to keep a note of this package that you are using for all this UDM basis rules. Now let's see, how do we define this, right? So what was our first condition? That the items should be this
Or
will be due by more than maybe certain days, and it should be due by a certain amount, right? So let's see if I can copy over this one or not. Okay, so I can either copy or I can create a new one, but what SAP has already provided, these are the basic rule structure which SAP had provided. You are free to add more, like, but if you need to add more, those can be done by basically by the this basic rule structure can be done only by the technical person, because as you can see, these are all certain set of rules which has been already configured in this place, right? So it is not I would say, it is not kind of it's a technical object which has to be pre-configured before we start using it. But we are free to use any of those SAP basic rule structure which has been provided. Yes, I will just pause for a minute. You can let me know if you have any questions.
How do you understand the existing rule? What was there inside?
Yeah, so all those existing
Was the
rules,
code
right? So
read?
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
so what so how do you understand, right? Yes, very good question on this one. So what we have is, whenever you create any basic rule, right, you need to reference a rule structure. Now what does this contain? Let me just show it to you right away. So whenever you create a new basic rule, as we all know, right, the SAP, whenever we create any custom rule, it has to start with Z, right? So we just use this, and then what happens is, as an attribute from this basic rule, there are certain things which gets copied. What do we mean by the attributes? Is like, for example, here. So these are the filter criteria. Like, basically, as I have told you, right, you must transfer your open items or what on for which you need to follow up from your AR to the collection management, right? So it will only, maybe if you select this basic rules over there, right? So then when the work list gets generated for the maybe the collection specialist, right, it will only consider those with amount greater than maybe 10,000, and the number of days overdue will be specifying that in your. So here, right, as you can see, right, you specify in the basic rule, what you specify is the amount, correct? So this will be the minimum amount, and then this will be the number of days. Now you can see there are two fields for selection, right?
if you want to add another Z field, for example, right, then probably you have to go with your Z rule structure.
Yeah, right. Yes, right. So for example, if we do, we cannot add in anything under this basic rule structure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So so basically, it's if you see, for all this, there are already certain fields which are
Right, right.
there. So SAP has already pre-configured all this different rule structure based on the needs. But in case you need some additional, right? So because every business is different, so they might need additional one. So you can configure the new rule structure
Okay, got it.
over here. But that has to be. But in order to do that, right, you need to know like under which package and what will be the next running number.
Okay, yeah, that'll be through a new class and also it'll be pure ABAP. Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's a pure. So it will not be a separate class, I would say, but it will be under this package. You will be having it's just like another body,
Okay.
right? Yeah. Okay. So just a minute. I didn't save this. So basically on this note, right? So where we were trying to create a new basic rule. So as we go by the condition that we have, so first we are selecting those amount which are, so our first basis is based on the amount and the number of overdue days,
Mhm.
okay, which is that BR003. So now you will tell like SAP has already provided all the basic rules. Why do you need to create a separate one, right?
Mhm.
So the reason is this one, right? So either because SAP provides with this options, right? Either it can have a single field option or you can have multiple selection option. So there are different meaning of all these fields, right? So if you go into the details of here, single field means like there is, you do not provide a range. So it can be sometimes business also needs to provide, right? If the amount is within this range to this range, then only it will be allocated to this collection specialist. If the amount goes maybe more than 5 million USD or something like that, it will directly go to this particular collection agency when the number of overdue days is more than 10 or something. Okay, so there
Okay.
can be different strategies of collections which can be adopted. So that's the reason basically you might need, even when you are not implementing a new rule structure, you might still need to create a new basic rule, right? For example, I can mention over here that there is, I will be only maintaining a single field. That means I won't mention a range for selection, but rather I will just stick to a single field. That means the amount has to be more than 5,000, right? For sending this to the collection specialist. If I do remove both this option, right? No multiple selection and a single field. So that means that we can specify any value. Either it can be a single field or it can be a range. I can also select multiple values as my filter. All those things can be done. So this kind of maybe flexibility we obtain using these two options. Okay, you remember whenever when you prepare a functional specification document for an for the technical person, they will definitely ask, right, whether you want this as a parameter or a single selection field, and also whether it's a radio button or checkbox, something kind of something like
Mhm.
that, right? So it basically this is what we are doing. So in this place, we are specifying whether it's kind of a single field selection or we have kind of a range of selection, or we allow multiple values to be executed together or something like that, right? So it's kind of I would say it's kind of a function specification for your basic rule setup.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see if this. Okay, so now I have set up my basic rule, let's say for the amount and number of days, right? So next you want to also check maybe if the customer, maybe you're trying to reach out to the customer, but the customer is not responding, or maybe he's disconnecting the phone, something like that, right? So in those cases also there can be like what type of contact has been made, you can store, and how many number of days he is rejecting. So there can be different reasons, right? Maybe a customer is overseas and he does not want to pick up the phone in those cases. And also there can be cases where he wants to avoid this follow-up notices, right? So all, see, also on those on all these cases, right, I think you would need to define your collection strategy for that particular customer. So that's the reason we have this to config over here. So basically these are also pre-configured rules that we are using, like what type of contact has been made with the customer, and after how many days the item has been overdue, then you made this contact, right? So either you can so what you can do is I can also do one more change over here. Let's try. let's say I don't need the number of days after which. So if I just want to know that, because the number of days of outstanding I'm already getting from one of the other rules, so I do want to delete this rule. I can also do that. I can only base on the contact type and the number of overdue days I am already getting in my previous rule, right? So I can also maybe add or remove. Not add, I would say remove. We can do add. I can only do if we have this under the field sets. Okay. Yeah, that's a very good question. So that means your like the condition can be a combination of multiple basic rules. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Then,
but I
right?
just want to have it in, let's say, overdue amount here.
Yes. So first of all, in this UDM structure, right,
Mhm.
the overdue amount is not there in this one, but
Okay.
it does not limit you, because what SAP does is you have already defined this basic rule ZBR0020, right? Now what I will do is, then you define, so these are kind of, yeah, so this has to be the base structure. So basically SAP has already provided base structure, and there are certain kind of checks also, right? For example, here you can see broken promises to pay, right? So that means how many times the customer has maybe promised and they have failed to fulfill it, and for what amount.
Okay.
Let's say the customer has promised to pay $3,000, $3,200, and he has paid maybe 3,150, right? So it can be, so it is not kind of a serious violation, right, on those cases, because he has already, maybe he has missed the amount which he needs to pay or something like that, right, on the notice. But let's say he has already kind of promised to pay 5,000 USD, and he has not paid that on that date, right? So that means it's kind of scenario where you need to ensure that the customer is followed up promptly, so that he maybe uh, at least he, at the next promise, he fulfills it,
Okay. I have a follow-up
something
question.
like.
So,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. So the follow-up procedure will be different for those two customers. So yeah, let me show it here this way, right? So for example, if you want to add a new field, right, it will only give you this option. No, not a whole new package. So package is already provided. You just
Mhm.
need to so here, right,
Oh,
these
in
are
the
all
pack.
the, yeah, these
Okay.
are
So
all
again,
which are provided,
okay.
right? So under this, right, for example, there are so many 25 rules which are there, right? Under that, you can maybe add in one more.
26 or
Right?
whatever.
Yeah, yeah. For example, right, for one of the organizations, right, maybe I will again pick up one from the airlines only. So they had a rule where they wanted to maybe also check about the kind of the sectors they're operating in, right? For example, whether it is cross continent, or maybe for long hauls, short hauls, medium hauls, or on those kinds of flights also, they wanted to have a different strategy for follow up, right? So that's the reason. So you can you might be required to add some new collection rules, or maybe some new basic rules need to be introduced, right? So for that, right, definitely the route is, you need to under your UDM package, you need to add one more kind of body. The input from your side, you need to
Yeah.
inform like which field is required and what types of values can be specified. So this is about the basic rules. Any questions on the basic rule at the moment? So the basic rules is kind of you are just defining the building blocks, and how you use this basic rule will be the collection rules over here. Okay. So now let's say we are doing this, right? So let's say we are, we'll just play around, right, with this. So
Mhm.
new collection rule scenario one. Okay. Under this, right, so you can select which are the basic rules which will apply, right? So you can also select which are the basic rule which has to be fulfilled and which Need not be. Let's say I select ZBR003 and ZBR20, right? So this has to be the prerequisite. This may not be the prerequisite, right? So first of all, the amount and the number of days must be there, but this is also kind of another condition. So it is not a must-have. It is kind of so if this condition is fulfilled, then after that it is this it will also check for this condition, right? So there is a difference between mandatory and an additional check, right? So that is what is specified over here. So you can see in a collection rule you can have combination of multiple basic rules, right? So it can be more. So you can have 4 or 5 basic rules which can be configured. So basically the objective is not to follow up on all the items, but focus on those items and do the follow up, right? So that's why we use this collection management module. So now after this slide, so you're clear about this basic rules and the collection rules. So what is this basic rules? The basic rules is just like the defining the kind of operators, I would say, and then you are adding up these operators one by one on the collection rules, right? So you know like which will be a suitable strategy, maybe conditions which has to be fulfilled before you do the follow up using them, right? Now, as I have told you here, right? So first you define the basic rules, and then you define your collection rules over here. And after that, right, what you do is here. So here it is just like which we have done. So we have defined a collection rule, and we have mentioned like it's a combination of which basic rules or something. So if you want to have, let's say we define something ZBR ZCR, or yeah, we can name it anything. So here we can add a new entry as well, and sorry, okay, and we can make this as well as prerequisite. So that means it works like let's say you have uh, maybe in this case, right? So you have a customer has broken promises as well as it has individual items which are more than 5,000 and 30 days overdue, right? So those in those cases it will be followed up, and also there is like this is an additional condition which is not a prerequisite to be met. So it is kind of an additional condition which it will be checked as a part of this collection rule, whether there is a successful customer contact or not. It is kind of, I would say, it is this command and this command, and then so it will give you the option to check, right? For example, whether you like, so it will be not specific. So that means whether it is made or not, it will still appear in your collection work. Okay, then you can define further whether, okay, so if the customer contact has been done via telephone or something like that, in those cases only should be a part of your work list. You can define that in the filter criteria subsequently. It is just like when we execute the FBL 5N report, right? You have put certain conditions, let's say open items, clear items, all items, right? Open items you have selected and with some certain assignment. Now what you're doing, once you execute the report, you also want to filter further on the document type. Just like that. You can imagine in that way.
Okay.
Okay. Clear with this one? The collection, what is collection rule and what is the basic rules?
Yeah, got it. I got it.
Okay. And then what we have is basically here you configure the collection strategies. So what is collection strategy? So as I was just going through here, right? The collection strategy is basically a combination of collection rules, right? So for example, here you can see previously what we did, we had combined basic rules to define the collection rules, right? So collection strategy is one step higher than the collection rules, where you combine your all your collection rules into one strategy. What is the business usage of this? Is like, for example, as I've told you, right? So you have maybe defined a collection strategy for those customers which are having very low credit rating, right? And you also have a collection rule which is defined for those customers which are having kind of high credit rating. There can be a scenario where a customer which is having a very high credit rating, but yeah, they have still like failed to fulfill their promises, right? So they will belong to one particular risk class. And then there are certain customers, right, who are maybe with low credit rating, and they have also maybe just not able to meet their promises at all. So they will be having a different risk class, right? The chances of retrieval from either of them is it's different, right? So that's the reason you need to have different collection strategy for each one of them. It can again depend on the amount, right? For some very high value contracts, right, you should be maybe very particular on the time on which you are receiving the payments for. So in those cases, right, I think we need to have different collection strategy for them. And yeah, and so, and you can see here, maybe not here, I will just show it on the screen in SAP. So let's say I create Z, right? I create this strategy. In which currency you are doing this, right? And then you can have this defined, like which correction rules you are applying. So let's say we are applying ZBR 0020. So you can see also the description. So it has, actually we have not changed the description, so it is coming as there are broken promises to pay, but there can be it can be different also, based on if we have maybe modified the collection rule definition, then it would have come accordingly, right? So now here you can see the prerequisite and the conditions which has to be met, right? So I was talking about the select options and that no multiple selections. I have kept it blank, so that's the reason. Okay, in this place, so you can mention it. So let's say either you can mention that it can be a range, 5,000 to 10,000, something like 100,000, right? And the days overdue, right? Here you can see it is a single option. It is coming. Why it is coming as a single option? Because I have maintained it that way. So it has to be more than 20 days overdue. Let's see that, right? So we'll just validate each understanding one by one. So this is, just remember we have configured Z collect, and let's revisit again here. See, here is a single field option, right? If I remove this, right, no multiple selection, it will still allow you to have multiple selection over there for that single field. So now let me go back again. And where is my correction strategy? Here, right? So it was Z collect, correct? Now this was this, right? Here you can see it has changed, right?
Mhm.
Here you can see it is not a range, it is still a single field, but it allows to put multiple values, right? You got it, this one. So that means I can just
Yes,
put
yes. Yeah.
it. So it is kind of like very easily configurable, this one. And yes, and you can also define all the prerequisites and conditions at this stage. Okay. Yeah, so that, yeah, that's also because some companies, right, have the strategy, like let's say those belonging to healthcare, right? So in those cases, sometimes what they do is they only follow up on items which are within that year, and those which are greater than 1 year of outstanding, right? So then they have a separate follow-up strategy for them, right? So that's the reason. What you can do is here you can provide like maybe a range over here. So if you want to put a range, I need to like uncheck that single field selection, right? Right. So now it is a single field selection. Let's say we go back over here. Yeah. So same way here, level of promises, maybe 3 level of promises it is broken or something like that, right? Here you can also see what type of contact was done, whether it's a call or a visit or running notice, email or correspondence. It's quite interesting how maybe the system interact with each other, so that like all these records are saved over here. And then when we go through the work list, right, so that time also we will see what type of information are entered over there. So it will be it's quite interesting how, like, what is the level of information which can be stored in the system. Okay, any questions till now? So here you can see, I think there should be a question from your side is over here. You can see here you have already defined the overdue periods, right? And here also you have defined the overdue periods. What is the meaning of each one of them? Correct. So this is basically the first filter criteria for your execution, and this is the second, right? So what I mean by that is, let's say we go into FBL, means like there is a, you remember in FBL 5 when you have certain indicators. So in FBL 5N, let's say we talk about, maybe we just take any open item, okay? Yeah, so these are the open items, right? So here, right, so you can see all these items are overdue. So now if I just wanted to check, right, let's say we find the net due date. Okay, so you can see it was due on this dates, right? So from this date it is running overdue. Yeah, because I think in Fika you have mostly these are not kind of fixed customer, it is a kind of contract accounts, right? So that's the reason I think there is a different, right? Yeah, but the logics are same. Yeah, you were there also. Okay, so yeah, so this is basically like the first level of config that we have gone through. So today our thing that we had planned to cover, we have actually finished that. So we actually plan to cover this basic rules today over here. So the just to sum it up, right? So in the basic rules, so first we know, right, how to activate the collection management. That was our first thing that we have come to know, and then for which company codes your collection management is active. Now when you maybe define the line items which are transferred to collection management, so for that you had to go through 3 process. First you define the basic rules, right, and then you define the collection rule over here, and at the end you kind of set up your collection strategies. Okay, so this will be kind of a 3-step process, I would say, to define your collection strategy.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key feature of SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Option A, automated dunning procedure. Option B, centralized account receivables management. Option C, integration with SAP Ariba. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. Are you interested in mastering SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Look no further than our comprehensive course on Teachable. This self-paced training will equip you with the skills to effectively manage your collections process. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you gain a deep understanding of SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management. You will learn how to streamline your collections process, minimize bad debts, and improve cash flow. The course is designed and delivered by industry experts with years of experience in SAP S4HANA FSCM. They'll share their knowledge and best practices, guiding you through each module with clear explanations and real world examples. Don't just take our word for it. Our course has received outstanding feedback from students who have successfully implemented what they've learned and achieved remarkable results in their organizations. The best part? This invaluable training comes at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to enhance their skills and advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including course curriculum, pricing, and enrollment information. Unlock your potential and become a SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management expert today.
So first of all, the part of your org structure, right, for the collection management module, right? So you have these three things, right? So first you have the collection segment. So how do you define this collection segment is basically based on the credit management group which you are having. So for example, let's say you have multiple company codes in the organization, and but you follow one specific credit control group, right, for them. So how you manage those customers using this credit control area, that will be defining how you define your collection segment. So let's say if you have one credit control area, right, shared across multiple company codes, you can use one collection segment, right? So it depends again how you have how you are managing the credit control profile for your customer, right? So that will be our first step. Then what we will be doing is, you can, if you want to group together, right, like let's say one of the maybe one of the collection agencies, let's say DNB, is following up for all the company codes which are in the US and the Canada region, right? So you can group together this collection segments, right, for all those regions under one collection profile, right? So this will be the next part. So where you have defined the types of org structure, like the collection segment, and you also have the collection profile, right? So this too we will be as a part of your initial org setup, right? So and now how it comes to the specialist, right? How you group together as a specialist. For example, in one of the teams, right, there are maybe 4 to 5 collection specialists who are there, right? So they can work interchangeably as well, right? Because for example, once a collection specialist is on leave or something, they can assign a substitute as well. So that's the reason we have this collection group, and the collection specialist can assign a substitute inside the collection group as well, when they are not available for doing the follow-up. So we will be first proceeding ahead with this org structure. So let's see how we define the collection segment first. So basically your collection groups, right, are assigned to the collection segments.
Correct.
So and you group together collection segments under one profile, right? Yeah. So first we have, so this is my company code, okay? Okay, and let's say we have maybe 2 or 3 company codes over here, right? And each corresponds to a credit control area, right?
Correct.
So what we are expecting here is, for each credit control area, let's say you will have the collection segments, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So collection segments over here. Now what you're doing is you're grouping these segments together to a collection profile. Why you are doing this, first of all? so that we know that the purpose of the collection profile is to group together which are the company codes which are participating in collection management, right? And which are the company code which are not participating in this collection management, right? So that is the purpose.
Okay,
Okay.
so profile is mainly just to activate whether it's participating.
Yeah, so they
Start.
create a group. So for example, when you see that, okay, these are the collection segments and this is the collection profile that we have. So that means like this collection profile groups together all the company codes, so you can get a complete picture of like, okay, how much is like which are the collection segments which are there under this collection profile, and then you can drill down to individual reports under each profile, each collection segment.
Okay.
Okay. Now you have the collection groups, right? So for the collection specialist, so under that we have the specialists which are there, right? So this collection group is assigned to the collection segments. This makes sense.
That makes sense. Okay.
So let's say we first define our collection segment. So let's say our company code is 1710, and we just define segment. Okay, so this is the company, this is the segment that we have defined, right? So as I've told you, so this company code, like let's say, it depends again how you have grouped together your credit control area under the company code, right? So let's say we have one company code, so we assign it to here. So let's say we assign 1710 to this particular collection segment. So now you can also assign the credit segments. So we have not gone into the kind of the credit management yet. So once we go into the credit management, then maybe we define all the sections as well. So it will make more sense. So at the moment, let's say we stick onto this company code part over here and save it. So this one. So that means what we have done is we will be using this particular segment for all our collections. Right. Now what will happen is, let me just set it. Also you can set it up as before using this, right? They have this option of released. So once you release this, then only you will be able to use those collection segments. Okay, so we will just wait for it. So once we set up all the org structure, then only we will release it. Okay. Now, if you have multiple segment which has been created, right, you can also create a collection profile to group them. So, and the purpose of the collection profile is what? To distinguish which are the company codes or which are participating in the collection management and which are the ones which are not. Right? So that is the purpose. So same way we can just, if we just wanted to go through the config over here. So here you can assign the collection segments which are participating. So for example, this one, right, I am assigning it under this collection profile. Yeah, oh yeah, it's not assigned, released yet. Just a moment. So it's not allowing me to use it. No. Just a moment. Then first we have just will release it, and then only we can assign use it further. So we just go back to here and then we'll just create it again. And then we'll assign the segment at this place. Just this one, right? So you can see that we have assigned the collection profile. So you have assigned the collection segment under this collection profile, and you can also see which are the company code for which it is used for, right? So it is assigned to 1710 company code. Okay, so even if you have, let's say, multiple other company codes which you want to assign later on to the collection profile, that can be, so you need to unrelease and they can assign that company code and do that. right? So that will be the next approach. So I think the collection segments and the collection profile is quite straightforward, right? So what we have in here is, so first of all, as we have mentioned, like it depends how you do the credit management in SAP. So if you have multiple company codes and one credit control area or a credit segment, then you group them together. If you have separate credit control area for each company code, then you create separate collection segment for them, right? So this is how we have gone through the collection segment, and yeah, so we have defined our collection segments as well. And what we have also done is we have assigned our company code, right, which belongs to this collection segment, right? And as I have mentioned, this we also have defined our collection profile, right? So which basically groups together the company code which are participating in the collection management. So once you create this collection profile, you assign it to the respective segments. Okay. Right. So now the thing which which we'll be doing is we will be setting up the collection groups. Right. So let's define the collection groups over here. So let's say we are in we are participating in a healthcare industry, for example, or like you would like to take some examples like which it can be useful for you in real time, like what are the type. I think you had given me there are the types of customers which you deal with, right? So it was kind of like can you just recall like what were the type of customers earlier which you had? Like you can either have kind of external customer which is B2C or B2B, is that correct? Okay, so maybe we just select like this at the moment. We have two groups of specialists: collection specialists following up for the B2C and collection specialists following up for the B2B. And yes, so remember in the first class, right, we had discussed about kind of setting up the rules, right, on what basis the collection work list will be generated, and then we group those rules under one collection strategy, right? So
Right.
this you can assign your collection group to the collection strategy here. Okay, so let's see the collection strategy that I think we have created this Z collect. So you can have a different strategy for the B2B customers as well as the B2C customers, right? So like for the follow-up, maybe the reminders can be at like you can configure your reminders separately, right, in Dunning. But here also you can tell like for maybe the corporate customers, once it's overdue by more than 10 days, you need to consider them for the collection management. But for your maybe the B2B customers, right? So maybe you will be beginning this like follow up using this collection specialist maybe in 5 days or 3 days. So those are the different strategies you can adopt. And also the the credit score or the rating for the corporate customers will be quite different rather than the individual customers. So those also you can control over here. So using this strategy, the collection strategy which you specify here, right? So now what you do is, yes, here you assign those under this collection groups, right? You assign this collection specialist. So let me assign myself at the moment here. Okay. So this is the specialist maybe which I have assigned over here. And let me check. So in case, right, so you can have multiple specialists. So right now it is one. Let me check if I have some other user ID also which I can do assign. So let's say we have few collection specialists who are there. Okay, so these are all the collection specialists, right? So now let's say if this collection specialist is not available, whom it will assign this to. So that you can also define over here along with the start date and the end date, right? So this is done through like the config node. So basically before the collection specialist, let's say they are going on kind of leave or something like that, right? They can request the kind of the backup to be set up over here from which date to which date, right? This part. So for example, if I want to set up, let's say from 23rd of July, like for this particular specialist, I want to set up a backup. Like if this is not available, then it will go to this specialist. I can do it here. Does this make sense at the moment? So basically so you have a group of collection specialists who are there. So you basically assign those collection specialists under this node. So for example, under this B2C group, right? So those who are chasing the B2C customer, you have this specialist who are working on it. So you have the this three specialists. Now, if this specialist is on leave, right, you can assign the substitute over here. Okay, so the same way, whether he is on leave or not, you can also like when two persons are doing the backup for each other, right, during a particular period of time, you can also assign for a longer duration, like in this place, right? So, for example, from 01/08/2022 till 31/12, this will be always the backup for this person. So you can mention that. So whenever, let's say, item gets routed to this one, right, he will be kind of also able to work on those items. Like we can generate a work list so that he will be the backup collection specialist who will be working on those items in the work list belonging to this person. Uh, this is a kind of setup which is kind of the substitute. Yes,
Okay.
yeah, you're right on that. Because ideally, this should be set up as a kind of a user manageable thing, right? Because, for example, the application of the leaves and all those things should be done. But this is mostly for backup setup, and uh, like this is done through the IMG guide, the implementation guide. But uh, this I am not sure if we can. I can check on the authorization object using which we can give maybe only this part of the processing to the users. So this is the SAP standard substitution only for this one. But at this part, right? So they are doing it via the IMG notes, right? So yeah, so that's a quite a valid question, because why when the user is going on leave or something, right, this backup they should be able to specify themselves instead of going back to the IT specialist to do the setup, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so for this, right, let me just check on this part, like which are the authorization objects, because how you control this access is based on the authorization objects, right? So if those like we can just maybe instead of going directly to this through this node, right, we can have another transaction copy which can maybe just provide them the access to this one. Okay. Okay, so this is okay. So this basically this will be kind of the transaction which can be the table view which needs to be accessed, right, for this particular assignment. Correct. And yeah, so this we can yeah, we can assign to the Fiori tiles, and I will just check if the tiles can be brought up for this or not, and then we can maintain it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we just move forward from this one. So I think from the org structure setup, right? This part is very much clear at the moment. So which are the things that we need to set up in order to get started with this collection management? So we have set up the collection segment, the collection profile, and then we have set up the group for the specialist, and we have assigned the specialist under there. Now the next part that we will be going through is basically we need to understand, right, how you set up those customers master data, right, or maybe like just I think we wanted to also know, right, like how do you start using this collection management, and how do you extend those customer master to this collection segment that we have configured, right? So under this FSCM, right, we have the collection management. Under this, we have the master data for the customers, right? So let's say we take any of those. Let me check for one where we have the open items. So in this, basically, what we are doing is we are just extending this to the collection management module. So we have created the collection segments, right? So we just try to create. So here you can see that it is belonging to this collection profile. So all this, which are, let me just change this. It is not allowing me to change because there are some open items which has been already there. Also, there is no default group which we haven't got. We had defined the groups, right? But we have not defined the default groups, right? And it's yes. So let me just go and also update it. I think this part we did not specify yet, like the assignment of the default groups to this one. So let me also do that. I think this we missed out. Okay. So I think let's assign both this group, and we'll make the B2C as the default. So now basically what we are trying to do is now we will be able to extend this particular customer under this collection profile. So let's go back again. So you can also set it up. Generally what we do is once your default group and this segment is set up, right, you set up just a batch job. So at the end of the day to extend all the customers into the collection management module so that it is not a manual task at the end of the day. So yeah, so as you can see, right, so by default it is getting assigned to this collection group B2C, right? And you can also maybe like for some particular customer, right, if you want to have a special handling, so only one collection specialist will be following up every time they have it. So that you can also do under this collection management profile in the BP, right? And then they have the other parameters which are kind of defaulted from the company code data, but you have the option to like uh, actually not only from the company code data, it also has the general data, because as you can see, right, you have the bank keys as well as the bank account being populated. So for example, when you have reached out to the customers, right, they told like this time they want to make a payment from this particular account, or maybe have a auto deduct set up from this account, or maybe they have a card number also which they want to use. Generally we do not store the card number over here due to the kind of because for the personal data compliance, right, so we are not allowed to store the card, the entire 16-digit card number along with the expiry date and the ID right over here. So either it is masked, or we kind of use some other profile like MCAS ID or something like that to store the payment card details, right? So you have this option when you build the collection management maintenance data, right? So you have the option to set up, like for this particular collection profile, if the customer tells you that, okay, I want to maybe use this bank key for the collection, so we will be seeing using the work list how you access this T code and update those bank accounts at this particular screen. Okay. So what we are doing is, at the moment, we are extending this particular business partner, right, to this particular collection segment. And when we do this, right, it automatically gets assigned to the default collection group under this collection segment. We have the option to change it, and then you can also assign the respective specialist for this. This part is clear, right? So what we are doing is, okay, so first of all, when we were yeah, so what is the profile and what is the segment? So first of all, segments are defined as per the credit control area, right? Yes. So basically, for collection management, right, you can define this collection profiles. Like collection profile is used to distinguish which are the company codes which are participating in the collection management and which are not, right? So that's the reason we have just maybe we have set up this particular collection profile, and under this profile we can have multiple segments. So for example, initially it was this one. I have changed it to this. So if I maybe make it this, right, it will go back to this one. See, this is one of the, under this profile you have this segment selected, right? So basically one customer can be used for multiple company codes. So so in this way, like let's say this particular customer, right, it is also extended to 1800, maybe another company code which does not use the collection profile. So basically that means in there, right, you won't be able to assign this collection profile at all. So basically it's just like another like master data which we had for our customers. So basically what we do is, so our customer will have our general data, right? Then you have the company code data, which is the finance data, and then you have the collection management data also. And then we will see, like this collection management data, it draws up some data from here as well as here, right? So we will see, right, if let's say once the collection management specialist contacts this customer, right, over here, right, so they will be also able to kind of maybe get in additional bank details, or maybe enter the bank account from which maybe they will need to set up some kind of auto deduct or something like that, right? So those kind of things that we would also see how it's done, maybe during the actual transaction booking. Okay, so this is the first step of the transaction. So what we have done is, at the moment, so we have first done the master data synchronization, where first we have created the business partner, and we have extended this business partner to this collection profile, right? Now the thing is, what we will do is, or multiple business partners, I would say. So basically we set up a batch job for this one. So we have this program for this activities, right? So you can under this program, right, you can you basically kind of set up like all the list of customers for which you want to extend to this collection segment, right? Right. I think you can do this here as well. So here, for example, you can see, you can mention a business partner from this range to this range, and then you can enter this collection profile and can assign it to them here.
Okay.
Right? You can set up the badge job for this.
Got it. No issues. Thanks.
Okay. And this is generally kind of done as at the end of the day, or maybe at whatever period, like when your customer gets created, all the customer gets created for the day, you can assign, you can run this particular job to assign them to the collection profile. Okay. Okay, so now the thing which will come up is now we will be uh, kind of okay. So let's go back to our strategy, right? The collection strategy what we have. Based on that, we will see how we can maybe use that strategy to get those open items for this customer which has been created into our work list, right? Okay, so this was the strategy that we had initially used. So, so this was the what we had configured is first is the broken promises to pay. If there be some broken promises which they have done, then only they will start following up on this customers, right? So let's try to amend this because still now I think we have not started, so there is no question if the promises are broken or not. We just keep it blank. We just specify that those overdue items, right, which are for amount 5,000 to 100,000, those will be considered, and it has to be more than 20 days overdue. Then only this particular customers will be considered when creating the work list. Okay. So, so are you clear for with this? For this collection strategy at the moment, we are only keeping this two as these two filter criteria, and we are keeping this level of promises broken or the total amount which has been promised as blank. Okay, so now let's generate the work list over here. The generation of the work list is done by the system actually, and then assignment, right, of those work lists to the respective specialist is done by the manager. But what we will be also like maybe looking forward is how this assign, because we already know, right, this belongs to which group and which is the specialist assigned. So by default, yes, all those work lists which belongs to customer A will be automatically routed to the specialist. So this is what I have shown here in my BP setup, right? So basically using that approach, right, by default, the collection like manager, right, do not need to assign that work list to the respective specialist, but it will be automatically done by the system, right, when you generate the work list. Okay. So the generation of the work list is done by the system, not by the users. Is that clear? Does that answer your question?
Oh,
So, for example, for a particular customer, so it can be followed up by different specialists, right? So it
correct.
need not be based on only one specialist. So you can just leave this blank, right? So then the collection manager can choose to which specialist it gets assigned to. So it's basically going to the collection group. So the in the
Collection
collection group,
group. Okay.
so then from there it can be assigned, like, because like for example, if there are multiple items, right, like let's say thousands of open items which are there, right, now if all the 1,000 open items appear in each one's work list, right, does not make sense, right, because then
Mhm.
everybody will be following up on the same open items.
Got it. Okay.
Correct. Right, so that's the reason the supervisor, right, will be assigning those open items to the respective specialist. So let's say there are 1,000 open items, maybe 300 they assign to one, 300 to another, and 400 to the other one,
Okay.
something like that. But
Okay.
if you already have the specialist name specified over here, that means this particular customer is maybe managed by a one particular specialist, maybe due to it can be due to various reasons, right? Because these are very high valued customer, or maybe they they have a separate treatment altogether for this particular customer due to various reasons. So in those cases, right, the specialist name will be assigned over here. But most of the cases you will find that the specialist name is blank because it can be generic, and the supervisor can decide whom they will assign it to.
Okay.
Okay, good. So now let's go back. So I have kept it blank here. Now, so you can see there are two roles, specialist and supervisor. So first, what we'll do is first we'll generate the work list, right? So which was our collection segment? This was our collection segment, right? So we just start this. So all those work lists are valid from this one, from 14.7. So it will just check the from this date, like which are the open items which can be allocated. Okay, and now we just release this. So it's completed already. Okay, so basically this particular, yeah, so this work list basically you do not run for a particular customer, so it is run for a particular segment actually. So all those segments, right, where you have this customer created or assigned, right, so it will be running for all of them, right? So that's how it works. Let me just check if I can just run it for this segment, so just to show it to you. Yes, still we are having the same message. No, there is this role is not created, right? No, so with this category we have not maintained, but we have already extended that customer to the collection management, right? For example, here when we had for this customer, right? If you see, I had already extended my collection management data. Right, for this collection profile, I have maintained this data. One job started, or maybe I will just start it online. Yeah, so this has got completed. So these are the different, like it is not calling up that customer number, right, which we have assigned. You see all the other customer numbers, like for example, there are some. These are the business partners numbers, right? And the number that we have is 1710001.
Then look for the success records. Is it appearing in the success? Because you are looking for the error, right? Look for the
Yeah, right. There are 0 entries at the moment. Okay, let me just try to create a new entry maybe for this particular customer and then try to reassign it. Okay, I think that way it will be better. Or maybe there is no, yeah, there are open items as of this state. So let me just take this.
yeah.
Yes,
Then you have to
so
change
I
it.
will just, yeah, I will just change the amount. Right. So, and also it has to be more than 20 days overdue, right? So let me just do a post dated invoice, like the backdated invoice over here. Okay, so I will put as okay. So I have posted this item. The moment. So let me see. Yeah, so we have 5,300 as the open item over here, and if you try to see the like the line. Yeah, here. Let me refresh. So you can see that it is the document date is this, and let me just also get the net due date and the number of overdue dates. So basically, as you can see here, for this is overdue by more than 20 days, right? So it is the net due date is 34. It is over. So this should be in my work list. So let's try to regenerate now. It should not get right here. Because the thing is, we just group together the company codes under that particular segment, right? And then from there it should work, because this is not a field in my line item details. Because we have already done all the back end, like all the configuration. Basically, the only thing is the strategy we have already assigned. We have yeah, the number of overdue days also we have specified. Also the like we have assigned the org structure to the customer. So basically, under your collection, okay. So first of all, under your collection profile, you have the collection segments, right? So under your collection segments, you have the collection groups, correct?
Okay.
So now this collection groups are assigned to the collection specialists, correct? So
Yeah.
those collection specialists, and under the collection group, when you assign to the collection specialist, we can adopt different strategies for different groups, correct? So for example, for the B2C customer, we adopt the collection strategy one. Yeah, I think there is one thing which I guess which we have not done yet. Basically, we have not transferred from the account receivable to the collection segment, collection management, right? I think this is missing. So let me just do that right now. So I think for 1710 we have done this. So if I want to do a customer specific transfer, that also can be done. So let's do that way. Just we want to check for this customer. So basically what we are doing is we have already got the data booked into FIAR. Now we are transferring this to the collection management. So let's do a test run first. Okay, so it is doing the transfer. Let me check if my item is included there or not. 5,300, it is there. See, this is getting transferred, right? So let me just now remove the test run. Okay, so all this open items has been transferred into collection management. Now let me try this over here. Now so when I generate this work list, it should automatically come to this group, B2C group that we have created, correct? So this is my segment, and I will start online.
I would have got it.
No, the upper limit. What is the upper limit? Yeah, I think there is this filter criteria is somehow we have it here. Mm, so this is something which is kind of we are stuck at the moment. Is basically we have created the AR open item. We have sent it to the collection management module over here. But when we try to regenerate this, it is not coming up in the work list because so there is the reason is also clear at the moment is because when we put the filter criteria, we need to update the filter criteria for this one. So because now the lower limit is this and the upper limit is this, right? So we should be able to update this as well. Maybe I will just let me check on this part, and maybe we'll just update you on this as well. So basically, then so that as a part of the step, right, what we have done is at the moment is we have maybe extended our customer to the collection management, and we have transferred the open items from our FIAR to the collection management. Now the next thing which we need to work on is basically to generate on the work list for that particular collection segment. So which we will do it at the maybe the subsequent classes, right? So let me just try to figure it out, especially on this part. Why, like, well, I need to update the filter criteria for the creation of the work list so that it gets generated. So that is the only thing which is pending. It's not a config step actually. This is kind of the steps which are done basically by the collection supervisor. So it is not a config.
Okay.
Yeah. So we need to just update the like over here, right? But like for which customer we need to generate the work list. So I think there is a kind of range which has been put up and which does not fit in for the customer number which we have selected. Like under here only, so there should be a place for this one. So which I need to just maybe figure it out over here. So because in this particular variant, right, we don't have the customer number which is displayed over here. So it should be we need to modify that variant, and then we need to specify our own customer range, which is not a config, I would say. It is kind of a like the transaction which is carried out by the business users. But yes, so that but unfortunately the customer the BP numbers we are not getting in the input screen. It will be through here only, but we will definitely let you know. Yeah,
Okay.
that will be, yeah. So that should be part of our discussion tomorrow as well. Okay. Without that, right, it won't be kind of it won't be justified to proceed, right? Because once you generate the work list, then only you can begin the kind of the tasks which on them.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the case management functionality in SAP S/4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Option A, to manage legal cases against debtors. Option B, to handle customer inquiries and disputes. Option C, to track collection activities and correspondence. Option D, both B and C. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. Are you interested in mastering SAP S/4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Look no further than our comprehensive course on Teachable. This self-paced training will equip you with the skills to effectively manage your collections process. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you gain a deep understanding of SAP S/4HANA FSCM Collection Management. You will learn how to streamline your collections process, minimize bad debts, and improve cash flow. The course is designed and delivered by industry experts with years of experience in SAP S/4HANA FSCM. They'll share their knowledge and best practices, guiding you through each module with clear explanations and real-world examples. Don't just take our word for it. Our course has received outstanding feedback from students who have successfully implemented what they've learned and achieved remarkable results in their organizations. The best part? This invaluable training comes at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to enhance their skills and advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including course curriculum, pricing, and enrollment information. Unlock your potential and become a SAP S/4HANA FSCM Collection Management expert today.
So what we have done at the moment is, I think we had set up our, so in order to set up the collection strategies, right, first we have to define some rules, right? Right. So on that, I think we had defined our basic rule, correct? Right. And then we have a combination of the basic rule, which we were calling up the collection rules, right? So why we had the basic rule, here we set up the first criteria, right, where we have defined like more like what are the criteria for which it goes to the collection agencies, right? For example, if it has to be due by more than this many days, and also maybe there has to be some kind of we can also define some promise to pay which has the customer has made on only those cases it will goes to a specific collection agency. So all those things we had defined in the basic rules, right? And then as a combination of this basic rules, we have created the collection rules, right? And so these collection rules can be a combination of multiple basic rules, right, which we have done. And then what we did was we have defined a collection strategy, correct? So these were the three kind of initial setup which we had to do, right? So this collection strategy we had assigned to the collection segment, right? So what is this collection segment again? So I think all those company codes, yeah, so I think let me go back to my slides. Yeah, so this was the thing that we were talking about, right? So where we had the collection rules set up, and once we have the collection rules set up, right? So we had to go through the yeah collect. Let me just go to the yeah here. So we had set up the collection segments first, right? So what were the collection segments? So we had defined how we want to organize our maybe mm, all the collections, right? Whether it is grouped by, or whether or we have the credit control area set up by the company code. If that is so, right? Then we set up collection segments also by the company code, right? And then like all those company codes which were kind of a part of our collection management, right? So we had set up a collection profile for that, right? So like let's say these company codes are participating in the collection management, so we have set up a collection profile for them, right? And then so that was our kind of setup, like initial setup of the collection strategy, right? And then what we did was there were also some collection agencies or the specialists who were working right on this collection. So we had set up the collection group for them, right? So that's why we have the collection group where every collection specialist will have a prioritized work list, right? And on this work list, they will be working and trying to reach out to the customers, and we will be having a kind of substitute also. I think we already discussed about that, how we can set it up, like how we can make it available for the users as well to set it up. We'll just discuss more in today's training. Yeah, it depends again. So for example, you can have it depends again about the credit control procedure for your organization. So let's say if your company, right, is having multiple, like maybe you may be present in multiple locations in US, right? Actually, are all those using the same credit control area? in your organization, like the 3,000, 5,000, and 7,000? Yeah, so because your handling of this credit limit, or maybe like scoring this credit, like the customers on their credit ratings, everything will be done based on the credit control area, right? So
Okay.
that's the reason you only create one collection segment for this purpose.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So, so once you create this collection segment, right? So then you need to also extend your BP. So basically, let's say, as it is specified over here, I think we are like we are talking about company code. Let's say we have 2000 and 3000, which are company code which are set up in the US region, and you assign the collection segment, the same collection segment to that, right? And then basically what you do is then you group up all the specialists, right, who are working on the collection management module. So let me just go. Yes. So I think once we create the collection segment and select like which are the company codes which are participating in this collection management module, then we need to decide upon the collection group, right? So collection group is nothing but like those uh, kind of like the list of specialists who are working in a group for this collection management, right? So I think this we had also covered in the last session. Yeah, so this is a new system, so I had to do some kind of initial setup. So I will maybe walk through that quickly. So we have the basic rules which we have set up already, which you have seen. So now I am using this. So we had the, yeah, actually it's a new version 2021 which we have. So now the thing is what we had done is basically we had defined a new collection rule over here. So we need to be a bit kind of cautious about setting up this collection rules is. So whenever we set this, right, so you have seen that the collection rule can be a combination of multiple basic rules, right? So in this basic rules, like all this kind, whatever are the prerequisite, it has to be fulfilled, right? When we go for your uh, when it comes to generation of the work list, right? So for example, here we had the prerequisite specified, and if I see the prerequisite, if I onto the basic rules, right? Let me just go back one more time. Yeah, so these were the two rules that we had created, right? So if you see the prerequisite which has been specified here, we see the amount and the number of days, right? So we can, I think we will remove the single field option over here so that we have like we can specify. So this two we had discussed earlier, right? So just to recap, single field option means there will be only one field for input, right? And we will be not be able to have multiple selections if we tick on this button. So that means, like, let's say we are trying to make the search criteria a bit like a bit broader. So where we want to check like if it's within the aging buckets of 0 to 30, 60 to 90, in all those cases, or maybe if we want to restrict our collection only for those open items which are due for like less than 1 year, something like that, right? So in those cases, right, and along with that, we want to add some more criteria for that, which is sometimes followed in different types of business. For example, in healthcare, right, they follow up with the patients which are kind of not due for more than 365 days, right? So within the 1 year of the span. So I think similar rules can be also applicable for your industry, right? So you will have some collection strategies, right? So let's say for those open items which are not due for, let's say, like a year or so, you may not be following up on them or something like that. So based on that, you can select like which option you want to use, whether you have a single field where it is quite straightforward, like where greater than 365 days we won't be considering. So that will be one criteria, and at least the item should be overdue by more than 30 days. So those can be the second criteria, right? So here, let's say I will keep it open at the moment. So I will not select the single field option as well as the multiple selection over here. And then, so there is also the amount to be collected, I guess, which we have over here. Let's keep it simple first, and then maybe we'll add on the scenarios on top of it. Okay. So this was the first basic rule which we have created, and then the collection rules, I will also go through that. In the collection rule, we had these two. Maybe I will just try to remove one of them over here. So we'll just keep one basic rule, and then so if there are multiple basic rules, right? So it is just as we have a primary key in a table, right? So if there is only one field, right, it doesn't make sense to make that field as a primary key. So same way, since at the moment we are only dealing with one basic rule. Yeah, so that's the reason it's not required to have this check. Okay. So so we will use this in our collection strategy. So let's go back to our strategy, which we had studied last time. So this was kind of the collection strategy that we have created. So it is calling up, as you can see, it is calling up this collection rule. So I think there is one more thing, which is for the valuation, right? So that valuation defines like, so right now it is only one collection strategy. So moving forward also, when we go through the different types of scenarios, right? So we can have multiple collection strategy, and each each collection rule will have a separate valuation. Okay, and then so this was the collection rule that we have created, right? The new collection rule, and let's say I will put this valuation as 20. So what happens is, based on this valuation, the system actually kind of ranks the priority for this collection, right? For example, let's say if it's evaluated at 20 and maybe it is getting overdue by more than 40 days or something, right? It will have a different kind of priority to those items. Like those items which are less than maybe 20 days, like those will be having lesser kind of valuation score. So this will be defining the valuation scores for our open items, and based on that, it will be like appearing in the collection worklist. So we will also like as we create some more test data, right, during our course of the training, right? So we will see, right, how we can like how this like the collection score changes whenever we are having more than one customer or more than one open items for which we are following, right? So let's say in this case, first we will be dealing with a very basic example. So first we take that at least the open item amount has to be $100, right? Yeah, and it should be more than 10 days overdue. Okay, so these are the two criteria. And due within days. So actually, due within 10 days. So let's just put 10. So this checkbox means, right, once this is satisfied, right, so it won't be kind of considering this item for the collection. So like let's say if this condition is satisfied, that means it is kind of exclusion list, I would say. So we have the inclusion list and the exclusion list, right? So so that means if this rule is satisfied, it won't consider this item for the collection management. Yeah, so you can see once I click on exclusion, the valuation turns to 0. Why? So there will be no score on the collection item because it will be excluded from your collection, right? Okay, so this is one thing. So here what you do is under your collection strategy, right? you assign the collection rule, and in this collection rule you specified, right, like what are the uh, like what will be the kind of different prerequisites or maybe different condition which has to be satisfied so that the items are picked up in the collection work list. Yeah, so within 10 days, so I have assigned greater than 10. So it has to be like at least it should be due within 10 or more. Okay, so I can, yeah, I think like it doesn't make like as a, I think it does not make business sense, right? This, but and so yeah, so this is one of the scenarios. So let's say we understand that it is not working maybe for our like as you have pointed, right? So this may be kind of a scenario which may not be kind of likely happening. So how do we change it? So we just go over here, right? So I think we had checked this one. So here we have the number of days. So either what you can do is you can get rid of this like like due number of days if you want to remove this particular thing from the basic strategy, right? You are still you can still do this. You can just remove it off from here, and then it won't be coming up in your prerequisite. And you can also, like, if this is available as a part of this rule structure, you can still add those attributes as well. So for example, here if you want, right, so the option for the number of days can come up. So this is kind of available. So so it is customizable as per maybe as per the rules which are required to be set up for your business, right? So for example, since I have removed this, the number of days at the moment from here, so you will see the prerequisite will also have that change. So now I'm only checking for those amount individual open items, right, which are kind of greater than 100 days. It is kind of so basically there are four categories, the buckets which I was talking about, right? So these are kind of, there are four buckets in which we categorize this. So now let's say 1 to 30 is one of the bucket, 31 to 60 is one of the bucket, 61 to 90 is one, and greater than 91 is the other bucket, right, over here. So what it will do is, let's say it is valuation score is 10, right, and my condition is the amount which is there, it has to be greater than $100. Now if it is overdue by within 1 to 30 days, right, and my amount is $100, then the score will be 10. And then we can see how it will multiply maybe with when it is 31 to 60, and how it will multiply when it's 61 to 90, right? So this overdue period actually calculate this credit score of this particular valuation. Okay, so if it falls into the bucket 4, it will be 40, for example. Did you get it? Okay, so these are the strategies which we have. So maybe we'll just start with the simple collection rule first, and then maybe we'll just expand on the criteria later on, right? So now what we had is as in order to use the BPs, right, for our collection management, so we need to extend those BPs under the collection segment. So let's say we have one of the BPs, which is this one. So now, as you can see, this is the general data for this BP. And then you will also have the company code data. The same way we have the collection management data also, which is available, right? So under the collection management data, there is a collection profile. So basically this defines, right? For example, we have mentioned that all those company codes for which you are using the collection management, you update that under this collection profile, correct? So also we assign this collection. Maybe I will just also go through the config a little bit so that because so that you are comfortable on this portion. So here, right, so we had defined the collection segment the 1710. This was a company code which we are using. So at the moment, my collection strategy is per company code in this system. So 1710 I have defined over here, and I have assigned the company code 1710 under this collection segment. Okay, so I have not created the credit segments yet, so which will come in the later part of the training. And then what I have done is I have grouped this under this collection profile. So all this company code, let's say if I had multiple company codes, right, 171017, maybe I had multiple segments, I can group them together over here. So let's say I want to mention 1600. So you can have multiple kind of collection segment under one collection profile, right? And for each collection segment, right, you can you will be having a list of company codes just as I have shown it, right? So for example, here for the 1600 company code, right, 1600 you will have the company code 1600, which is assigned over, right? So now if I go back to my entry here, let me just go back again because I have updated the collection profile over here. So here you can see that we are having, since we have updated the collection profile in this case, right? So there is also all these three segments are appearing in this, like, yeah, under this collection profile, all these three segments we are. So now let's focus on one of the options over here. So we have this collection segment 1710, which is created over here, and the specialist Alok is assigned to it over here under this collection group. So this was the collection group that we had set up. So let's also go back to the collection group config once. This was our collection group that we had set up using this strategy, our new one. So what the processes under this collection group, we have two at the moment. And I think for this, we had also set up a substitute. So like all, since this person is not available, so all the kind of collection work items, which is going to him, will be routed to Alok. Yeah. Okay. Set up as a specialist. Okay. So far so good. Any questions? So I think so we will also see some scenarios which covers multiple company codes maybe for when we set up the collection worklist, so that it will be easier for you to relate, and then we can check also how the grade score can be calculated for them. So in our Fury tile, right, which is here. So we have kind of the options for like when you assign the collection specialist, or maybe when you create the substitute for the collection specialist. I think this is available in the Fury tiles as well. So let me check. Yeah, so this was the option to manage collection groups. Under this, you can assign the substitute. But yeah, let me just go out. Yeah, so this could be accessed also via the Fury tile, this one.
Okay.
Okay, so here, let's say your the person, right, whom your like the collection specialist, let's say he's going on leave, right? So he can just maybe access like to which collection group he belongs to. right? And then for himself, right, he can assign a substitute. Okay, so let's say I want to set up a substitute over here. I can do it here. So maybe I think moving forward, let's use this Fury for all our processing the collection worklist and all those cases, right? We will try to use the Fury app in all those instances, right? Instead of using the SAP. Uh, so okay, so first is I have extended this. So this is a prerequisite for the collection management to worklist to pick this item. The business partner must be assigned to this collection profile, and the collection profile will contain the list of segments, and this segments will define which company codes are like which company codes open items will be picked up. And also you can have the, like, if for a particular business partner you want to have a like specific specialist who will be working on those open items, you can assign it here. Or else there is option to distribute the open items as well, but at the moment I think we only have one ID, so that's the reason we are kind of doing assigning this all these open items to one specialist. Okay. So now the thing is, let's try to check whether we have any open items or not for this. Okay, so we can see there are few open items which are there. Let me also try to get the next due date column. Yeah, because for the criteria that we have set up is only based on the
Right.
yes. But I had already run the generation of the work list for this item, so maybe I will just try to create one more, just to be maybe I will just try to create one without less than 100, right? So that we see that that picked up, and we'll also create one which is more than 100. Okay. So let's say I will try to reference it from here. Okay. And we'll just change the amount. So first of all, I want to make this overdue, so that's the reason I'm putting in the past periods. Okay, so we have booked this particular item. Let's see. So we have just booked a very simple invoice. So over here, so 90 USD. So ideally, this should not be picked up as a part of my collection work list, right? So let's do that first. So first, there are two steps, right? So first, we have booked this item into AR, right? FIAR, correct? So now, for in order to use it for the collection management module, right? So we need to transfer this open item into the collection management first. So as I have told you, so this you are not doing manually, and also it is happening at the end of the day through a batch job, right? So how do you do this? So first of all, there is a there's this option integration with account receivable, right? So where we have the periodic processing. So here you send over this open items. Let's say for all the open items for this company code, you will send over to the collection management module, right? So you can set up a batch job as you know, executing background, and you can set it up. So let's do that right away. So we just set up this batch up at the moment so that we are transferring the open item from FIAR to this collection management. Right? So 37, we can see that this is finished. So let's see our tool. So we just run it. We are having a test run selected over here. So as you can see, right, we have this $90 which is getting transferred. So I think the problem which happened was I had this test run selected, so that's the reason we do not have any transfer. So I will just deselect this and maybe then again run this. Okay, so hopefully we should be able to see the result now. So it has finished right now, and if I see the spool, so you can see that there we have booked one more document, right? So this was actually got transferred into collection management, right? So now does it get picked up? Let's see. So when we generate the work list, does this item come up or not? So let's go to this work list. So our criteria was the amount has to be greater than 100. So ideally it should not come up. So what is our collection segment? 1710, right? And then so what generally we do is we process these work items on a day-to-day basis. So that is the general rule. So what will happen? There will be two batch jobs which will be set up in your system. One, at the end of the day, you will be extending all the line items which you have booked in AR into the collection management module. The frequency can change. So for example, if you want the update of this work list on a more frequent basis, right, you can have those jobs scheduled maybe. So when you use FICA also, right, so you have the same kind of transaction which is used for there. Okay, so this will be common. So now since I am booking in FICO, right, so that's from basically whether it's FICO or FICA, from both of this, right, you can transfer the open items using this T code. So this is basically the collection management is kind of the same for both instances. So basically you need to pull up the items into this collection management module, and from there the working remains the same. So if you want to also see those, like let's say if there is some kind of maybe you want to just revisit the item which has been processed into the collection management, you want to do that. So you can also do this here, but we'll come to that a bit later on. First, we'll do the first scenario, and then slowly we'll move on to the next ones. Okay. So let's try to generate the like work list for this, and we'll just review that it is not picked up at the moment. So let's run through this. So you can see that I am able to proceed with the creation of the work list, and under the completed tab, you will be seeing the entire limit. So I think, by the way, I think the last time, you remember there was an error that we were not able to change this limit first of all, right? So this limit cannot be changed. First of all, it picks up all the customer ranges which have been used in this company code, but there were a problem for generating this work list, which had to be addressed via the SAP notes. I have also mentioned, I think Alok has mentioned the SAP notes, right, which is required. So whenever you are implementing in your system also this collection management, just to ensure that there are no kind of problems in generating this work list, right, make sure those S notes are also implemented. Right. The reason being, there is a particular reason behind this as well, because the thing is, when we go through, like, why we are creating this work list. So we are creating this work list so that we generate like all those kind of list of customers, right, for which we want to do this follow up. This comes to the collection specialist, maybe work list tab, right? So now if you try to select, or maybe do it for one customer at a time, right? So that can be managed by the supervisor. But at least then, so that supervisor can select, right? Okay, these items need not be like maybe processed by this specialist. You need to allocate that to another person, right? Or maybe at the moment, there are some kind of conversation which is going on with this particular specialist, with the internal staff, which is not the collection agency. So you can maybe block this item, or for any further kind of reminders or follow-up, right? So those turning block can be set up. So those kinds of things can be handled at the supervisor stage, but not at the generation of the work list, because the generation of the work list is based on my collection strategy. So you have defined your collection strategy. So based on your collection strategy, the items get allocated to the respective specialist, and the work list gets generated. So that's the reason SAP is not giving you this option to kind of restrict your creation of this work list only for some specific customers. Okay. So now if you see here, these were the two items which has been created, and here you can see 0 entries were created. Why? The reason being, there are no errors, but there are 0 entries created. The reason being, your open item is not more than $100. Correct? So that was our criteria, right? First. So yeah, so you can also, I think that's also a very good point which I brought up. So maybe there are some VIP customers, like the government organizations, which you do not want to assign to the collection agencies. Correct? We can also set up those as a rule. Yes, that's correct. So basically, in your collection strategy, you can specify that all those maybe third party organizations will be following up, and the ones, let's say some of the other organizations, you will not be included in. Yeah, and there is one more option: you won't be extending them to the collection management module at all, right? Yeah. Okay, so now let's do one more. So we have already seen that how this rule is working. So let's try to revalidate this with one more posting. Right. So now what we'll do is we will have the open item more than 100. Okay, so this has been posted. So yeah, so this was what got posted at the moment. Okay. So now if I run my job, right? So what is the first step? First, I need to transfer this open item to the collection management, right? So we can be booking it and FI or whichever module. And from there, we need to just transfer it over to collection management. So we do it using this, right? So if I just ensure that I don't have this test run, and I just execute this transfer, right? So you can see there is one open item, the $100 open item, which gets transferred. Now you can generate the work list as well. So let's try to generate this work list in our Fiori tab. So actually these two like these two steps, it generally does not appear in the tab, is the reason being because these are generally executed by batch jobs, so there will be no user interface for this ones, right? So that's the reason we are executing this from this SAP system itself. So like not through the Fury tiles. And when we process the work list, we'll do it through the Fury. Okay. So now since we have only one specialist at the moment, we are just proceeding with this run here. So ideally you should see one open item being transferred. So here you can see it got completed. Why it's still 0 and what? Oh, I have put greater than, sorry, I should have put more than 100, right? Yeah, I think because if you remember my collection strategy over here, right? So I think there has been a bit of problem because in my collection strategy I have put greater than 100. It is not greater than equal to 100. So just maybe correct this portion. Yeah, it's greater than 100, so I should have specified an amount, say 110. I can correct this. Yeah, so now I have posted to 110. I think this should be good enough for our information. So we can see that gets transferred to the collection management module first. And then what I will do is I will again try to generate the work list. It should be working fine. I'm doing it online so that we can see the records as well. Yeah, so you can see there were two entries which has got created. So we will see why those two entries. Maybe we'll just check that through, and then maybe we'll try to look into them. So because the total open item for this too is kind of the total open item is 90 plus 100 plus 110, right? The total open item, and also at the individual level also we have this 110 which got transferred. So that's the reason it is reflecting this, right? So let's now go back to the, as per my rule, right? What is my rule for this BP? For this particular BP, what I have mentioned is I have my collection segment, which is 1710. So whatever are the open items, right, which are belonging to this particular collection segment will get assigned to the specialist alone. Okay. So now if I go back and try to check my this one, so yeah, so for this for the user alone, right? So the collection specialist work list, if I want to check. Yeah, unassigned items. Okay, I did the start of this. Okay, I think I did not, but the distribution won't be also required, right, for this case, because we only have one specialist. So it has been so let me just also see like if there be any kind of so we have this. Yeah, the collection group is already set up for this company code. And I think our yeah, let me check. Yeah, the collection group is underscore G1 actually that we have. So this is the group name which we have. So here, as you can see, right, so we have, so first of all, when the open item was 90, right, it did not transfer. Even when it was 100, it didn't transfer, but it only initiated the transfer when the amount of 110 was booked in, right? So all this open items you can see in the work list at the moment. So when the total due amount for this particular customer, right, which we have booked was more than 100. Now let's say if you want to allocate this, right? So yeah, so this was the open item, right? So let's say on which I am doing up this follow up. So okay, so now I think it is surprising that it's not appearing in my work list at the moment. So now let's say if I am the kind of agent who is processing this particular open item, right? In this case, now if I want to, maybe I want to record like let's say I have made a contact with this particular customer, and I want to record like the uh, details, right? Let's say test and Okay, so what I'm doing is I am just trying to reset the work list that we have already generated and trying to regenerate it again. First we have done this transfer, the data transfer, periodic basis. Yeah, there's nothing new to transfer at the moment. It's correct. And then we had also created the work list based on the open items we had. Let me check the other part. I think there's only one thing can be possible. We just do one more item and then we'll just check it through there. So just give 1 minute. Huh? I think we will be able to figure it out. Right. So here 50. Yeah. So this maybe at the moment we'll just exclude this out because we are not using this to profiles, right? So now from yes, right. So we are having this amount of individual open item is greater than 100, which is already yes, right. So I think
Okay.
yeah. So that priorities were not there here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think for the valuation 10, we did not define that. Right. Let's review that. So we have the 4 buckets, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, which are maintained over here. Now the derivation of the priority. Yeah, so this we can change, no problem. So
Okay.
yeah, no, yeah, there should be. Okay, let's try to analyze this, right? So here we have the due dates. Which, okay, so we are anyway not giving any discount. So this is our collection strategy, right? And this is our valuation. Let's get back to the rules, right? Once, just to be honest, right? So this was our basic rule. Okay, maybe this item considers both item amount as well as dues. And this is okay. Let me just do one update. So because here you can see as per this rule structure, let me just go back. As per the rule structure, which is here, I think it requires both the amount as well as the due days over here. Let me try to assign this part. So then I think it should be fine. So I'm just giving it the amount to be collected as my input. So that is specified. And now if I process my strategy, oh yeah, I need to just keep the prerequisite. Yeah, so now let me try to simulate this. Yes. Yeah, still it's the same. The partner has no bad. Yeah, because the as a part of my org structure, right, I have defined under my collection profile this 3 credit segments. So that's the reason. So I can like so this two were also added in, right? So I can remove them as well. So not a problem. I can just include only one so that we just focus on that part, right? One segment. Right. So let me just. So now you should not see that message at least. Data from, yeah, there's the configuration. Yeah, this collection rule does not apply, which is very. It's more than 100, right? Which we have. have 0, 0. Okay, also let's see this particular basic rule that we are trying to use. So this is BR008. Right. This is my collection rule. Total amount to be collected larger than 100 USD.
Yeah.
From credit segment used for valuation. So I think there is a credit segment. Okay. Yes, so that I have already done. So here, I think the problem is we didn't have any value for, over here. So it is, so this is the credit segment that they are looking at. Create a separate one. So as per the master data that we had selected, all right, it is only using this credit segment. So that's the reason I think, so that means in our case, right, so maybe, yes, yeah, so in this, right, so yeah, so this is for my customer and the, yeah, let me just check which credit control area it belongs to as well. Yeah, this is the one that we are at. Yeah, but, it is not maintained for that one. Yeah, so this particular credit segment has to be like, so in order to derive the priority, so basically it is looking into this particular credit segment at the moment. So so that was the reason for which it was not coming up. So let me just try to check if I can. Yes, so this was the credit segment which is there. So now let me assign this to my collection group as the collection segment as well instead of 1600, right? So 170 is fine. Okay, so we have two credit segments, so we can just delete one of them. And now let's run through that simulation. Again, So yeah, go back to our collection strategies. Yeah. So I think this part of the valuation, the it has to use that rate segment, I think, which we did not update, and this too is clear, right? Because we already deleted from our collection segment, so that's the reason this where like so this message is coming up. So after we deleted the collection segment, we did not save or modify the our BP at the moment. So now let me again try to generate the work list. Not yes, it created the entries. Now if I go back to my work list here, okay, so finally this comes up. So basically this is the open item, and it is coming up with a very high priority over here because the score is 75, right? So that's the reason the priority description is very high. So how did it determine that? So this is from, as I have shared, right? So this is from this place. So we have basically four priorities: very high, high, medium, and low, right? So since our score was 75 for here, right? So yeah, and I think it belonged to the second bucket as well. So so the percentage that it is, so it is coming up at this portion 76 to 100 in this bucket. So if you go back and see the strategy over here, so you can see the valuation is 75 and it is falling in this particular bucket, not in the first buckets. Basically it is at the level 3 bucket. So that's the reason it is getting multiplied, and we are having a very high priority for this particular open item. Okay, so because if you see here, if I just drill down further, you will see that all these are the open items for this particular customer. Yes, for each open item, I have this valuation as 75. It's a maximum valuation which I can have. Have the aging buckets, right? So overdue period by how much, right? So first bucket is this one, right? This one, and the third bucket is 61 to 90, right? So now in which bucket it will fall, this particular open item? So it will, yes, right. So that's the reason basically this particular valuation is getting kind of multiplied on that. Yeah, and the maximum that we can have is 100, right? So as per the priorities, it should be very high because it is getting it's in the third bucket that it is sitting with priority 75. So that's the reason. Yeah, so what high, so we have four, this one, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? So these are the four priorities that we have, right? And what is the definition of this priority? So 0 to 25 is low, right? 26 to 50 is medium, then 51 to 75 is high, and 76 to 100%. No, our valuation score was 75 actually, but
Okay.
it belonged to the bucket number 3. So that's the reason it is kind of in a very high bucket over here. So for example, if our valuation score was kind of less, right? So it would have been different bucket. So still the priority is coming as very high. Yes. So let's try to regenerate this, right? Because it was on a previously generated one. So I think now it will be calculated. Yes, right. So basically, let's see. Yeah. So first of all, it considers all the open items, right? So over here. So now we have 1, 2, 3, which have been added over here. So these 3 other open items that have been booked. And I think this one is already having a kind of partial payment against this item. Yeah, so so I think the priority we have already set it. Yes, so basically the valuation score is like it's quite straightforward, because the valuation score means like this the higher the valuation score, it is more kind of important to collect for that customer, because the risk value is very high for that. Okay, so that is how we use this valuation score. Uh, so for example, if you have like if you have, let's say, a particular customer, right, for which the valuation is, let's say, very low, right? So on those cases, the like this one will be your like it will be coming at the bottom of the work list. So, and in those cases, right, where the valuation score is maybe very high, right, so that will come at the top of the work list. So that is how it works. Now the thing is, now your question is basically, we have specified 10 over here, and as per this, right, this this numbers, right, we have set up, like, for example, we have set up 4 priorities: 1, 2, 3, and 4. Correct. And then this is the derivation rule also, which we have specified. So even though it comes into the bucket 3, right, still it should not be very high. So because now it's 10. Correct. Like each valuation point is 10. Now when we are going to the aging bucket, maybe 1 to 30, 31 to 60, and the 60 to 90, it is coming the third aging bucket. So even if it's multiplied by 3, right, so the percentage score should be within this limit. Correct. It should not be coming to very high, ideally. Yes, so that is so that is yeah, so this is basically so this is the standard rule that we follow, right? So whenever we have this strategy, so we have, these are the three aging buckets. So it can be not multiplied by three because like if it falls like let's say in this aging bucket, it won't be multiplied by three. So but it will be two will the multiplier. Here it will be one, right? So we are actually falling into this particular right. So that's the reason. Yeah, so I think this part is also something which is I need to just once I will just check back and maybe update you on this bit so that why it is going to the very high bucket at least so that we have the answer to it. Maybe I will just keep a note on this and no, I do not define. So as you have seen here, right? Uh, Yeah, so under your kind of so because here this is the only place where we maintain the details about the collection profile, right? So here we are not assigning any kind of priority for this particular customer. So that's the thing. So yeah, so that is how it works as well. So yeah, so for the priority part, I need to just maybe get back to you like better after a little bit more analysis because it's different for different system, right? So we need to just maybe check why it is deriving in this way, and we will also get the rationale behind it. Okay, so if that helps, like yeah. So first, at least we'll just focus on this open item which has generated, and maybe we'll just work through the different actions that we can do on this open items and the respective configurations for this, right? So, so in the next class, what I will do is how this first step, which was kind of generating the priority, was achieved, right? So that we will come through that. Maybe. Yeah, so this part I will just give you me today's time, so then I will be able to update you on it. Okay. Okay, so now once you have the customer open item created, correct? So let me go back. So here, right, process collection worklist on under this tab, yeah, I will be able to see it. So you can see this is my open item, right? So same way when so it appears exactly how I see it in my yes, I think that will be required. Especially, I think I have no like I think the open items we dealt today, right? So we have seen like how the condition is getting satisfied, and then only the amounts is getting moved, right? For example, the 90, 100, 110. So that we have seen. But maybe what we'll do is we'll run through some more scenarios, right? For example, rather than only focusing on the amount, we also have some other criterias. Maybe like there is one maybe a note which has been written for the customer, or maybe there is a promise to pay for this customer. So those kinds of scenarios will bring about. Yeah, I think then in that way it will be better. So so here, as you can see, it is exactly the same as it appears in your SAP tile. So only the option the like it is kind of it's a bit rearranged, and at the same time, right, wherever you have the invoice PDF copy, so those things are also kind of linked in this app, right? And from here, you can also create the correspondence notice. Like, for example, you want to do a dunning for this customer, or so how we get this tab also, we will just share. right away. Yeah, so till this part, is it? I think the only option portion which is not clear to you is about the priority. But apart from that, is it clear like the basic setup and how we like what are the steps that we do is to generate the work list and how it appears in the specialist work list? Is that part clear with all of? Okay, so now the thing is, as you see, right? So from this tab, right, as you can see, these are the 3 invoices. Now, let's say you want to do you want to contact this customer for this open item, correct? So there can be few options. Either you can once you contact this customer, you can like they might have told that there is a amount which we can pay. So like let me just go through this option so it will be easier. Yes, so these were the 4 steps that we had already completed: the replicate of the master data, transform from AR, create work list, and then how you like how we can reassign from one person to another. That also we will see. Uh, and now what we are doing is from the work list, what are the things which the collection specialist can do, right? Yeah, so we have that extend to the collection management. This option is available. So let me just yeah. So this one is where you assign the this to collection profiles, right? So you can have a range of business partners. Here, if I can just put this range, right, and let's say my collection profile is at 1710, which we have created, right? And here we can just start this job, right? So we can either schedule it online or generally we schedule it on a daily basis, right? So we can get this started. So here basically you're extending this to the collection profile. That's all this job is doing. So all the business partner within this range to this range, it is extending this to this particular collection profile. So we can schedule the batch job as well for this. Maybe I will just also update this program name in the slides so that you know as a part of this to fulfill this prerequisite, right? Replicate the customer master data. What is the transaction code? Yes, sure. I will just give that maybe as a yeah. Yeah, so under this one, I will put that in. No worries. So under the slide, I will just put that. Okay. So now the thing is, so what are the options which the collection specialist is having at the moment, right? So first, what the action which he will be doing is he will be just contacting the particular customer. So at least he needs the customer contact to be updated, right? So now if you see here, so that's the reason we had updated this place. So let's say if you are trying to reach out to the customer, let's say in your profile you see that this is the name or the telephone number. By default it will be they will be using the general data, customer general data, which is available, right? So but maybe once they contact the particular customer for payment, then they are informed that okay, so this is the general hotline for this particular organization. Please contact at another number, right, for the collection related queries. And who will be the point of contact? So Mr. Yeah, Dan, right, something like that. I just mention over here. So so this is the name of the person with whom they need to contact, and this will be his phone number, right? So now once so they will try to connect with this particular customer, with this particular contact, right? Now once they do this, right, so let's say they are processing this open item. Yeah, so we have already entered the customer. So once they entered to the customer contact, they can just attach a note over here. So that maybe the customer has reached successfully, and on the 31/7/2022, for example. So this was the message that was given, right? So that means what? So either, so it is kind of a promise to pay which is being made, right, for this particular item, correct? So because they are telling that by the 31, they will be having another batch of payment using which they will be able to clear that particular open item, right? So that means they are generating a promise to pay for this, correct? So how do you process that? So here, so that means for this particular open item which I have, right, I can create a promise to pay. So this is how, so I can mention over here, it is the 31st of July. Apart from that, right, there can be kind of even, and if there be kind of some email evidence, or maybe sometimes there's a call record, which a recorded call attachment can be also done over here. So you can attach those and have a recording of that. This is what the customer has promised, and can save this. Yeah, I think that it is the database update is having some issues over here. To save this one. Yeah, these are the same. Actually, I am trying to share both screen at the same time. So here, so in this, right, you can see these are the invoice document numbers. The same we are seeing in our Fiori screen. So there is a, yeah, you can also manage whether you want to use a separate layout or not. So
Okay.
you can create a new layout, and you can assign as well. Yes, that is, so it is only where it is available. So for example, for this object, right, say if we see here for this object, so there is a billing document reference which is there, and this also points to the attachment which is which is there in the billing print form, right? So for example, in this billing document, so there is no output setup. Yeah, so there is no output setup at this moment, but it is linked to this reference document. So yes, because the thing is, yeah, so this is already provided, especially with the linkages with the SD module, right? So here, so whenever you have a billing document reference available, then only it will be able to pull out. For like for the FI invoices, if I have like, because there is no reference, right, or no output, those are attached as a part of the standard PDF output, right?
Okay.
For this. So that's the reason it's only populating for this open. Okay. And you can yeah, so yes, so so basically the options that you have is you can create a promise to pay, you can create a correspondence notice also, like for example, you have reached out to the customer, but the customer has told you, okay, so I can pay you. Can you forward me a copy of the invoice or maybe the list of open items, right? So what you do is you can just generate the account statement from here, right? So once you generate the account statement, so let's say you want to consider all the postings in the current period till this date. You want to consider all the postings. You can also do a preview, and also you can have an email preview because we have not maintained any kind of email details yet at the moment for this customer. So that's the reason it comes as info blank. So here you can see it. It just so it is quite intuitive over here. So for example, when I have selected the open item list, it picks up all of them for this particular date range, which I have selected in my parameters, and it pulls up. Okay, this pulls up the correspondence. Yes, so here you can see, sorry for that. So here you can see you can generate the correspondence, and you can also email out, and this will be stored in the corresponding record for this particular customer. Okay. So yeah, so this is yeah, something. So if I can just print it out and I can just save it. Okay, so this will be also updated for this line, right? So we have already contacted the customer and you have sent across the outstanding list to him. So this, yeah, so you can see right here, we all those notes that we have maintained, right? So these are getting updated one by one for each line. Okay. So I actually wanted to show you the promise to pay as well, and how it like create the promise to pay records on the accounting data. Unfortunately, there is a kind of aberration that we are getting when we are trying to do this. So this we will try to resolve this part so that yeah, so that we can at least share one of the promise to pay scenarios. That's right. Okay. So yes, so I think so the options that we had seen is you are able to document the customer contact, right? So you are able to save the contact information for the customer, right? So you are able to print the like let's say the correspondence which the customer has requested, like after contacting him, so that you can print and send an email to.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management, which of the following is not a standard dunning procedure? Option A, reminder. Option B, threat of legal action. Option C, interest calculation. Option D, debt sale. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. Are you interested in mastering SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Look no further than our comprehensive course on Teachable. This self-paced training will equip you with the skills to effectively manage your collections process. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you gain a deep understanding of SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management. You will learn how to streamline your collections process, minimize bad debts, and improve cash flow. The course is designed and delivered by industry experts with years of experience in SAP S4HANA FSCM. They'll share their knowledge and best practices, guiding you through each module with clear explanations and real-world examples. Don't just take our word for it. Our course has received outstanding feedback from students who have successfully implemented what they've learned and achieved remarkable results in their organizations. The best part? This invaluable training comes at an affordable price. making it accessible to professionals seeking to enhance their skills and advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including course curriculum, pricing, and enrollment information. Unlock your potential and become a SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management expert today.
I think we were doing a bit of like a patch fix for the configuration in few of the places, and also some of the scenarios would was not kind of very appropriate for the ones which are used in Splunk, right? So, and maybe in any other organization as well. So that's the reason what I did was this time as requested, right? So this were the two kind of cases which I have taken at the moment, which I will be going through together. So we will be seeing how we can configure, like based on, like first the system will check. Okay, so if the amount is greater than this limit, then only the collection rule will apply, right? So for that will be the first check. And we can also have the check on the overdue days, like at least it should be 30 days of overdue, right? Then we have two options, right? Either we have a customer which has a history of breaking the promises, right? So that means so it's a very high risk customer. So either we have two possibilities of grouping this. Either like if and there can be a possibility that the risk score for the customer is high risk, right? As rated by the agencies, right? And at the same time, we also had past dealings with the customer where he has broken promises to pay, right? So I have here added two more parts. Uh, right. So this is kind of the one scenario, right, which I will try to simulate, right, today. And then the other part is basically yes. So yes, we have amounts which are there overdue for the particular customer, right? But it is like it is within the like it has a very clean credit history, right? But he is not a high risk customer. So obviously the priority should be not that high for him. So that's the reason the priority will be medium for him. So we will also see how this priority is derived as well during our class, right? So yeah, so this any questions with the two scenarios? So is this what we want to see, and this is how we can configure it as well? I will also show like which are the parts that we need to configure, or maybe like what are the options that we have in the system which you can explore as well. Oh, okay, perfect. So I think what I will do is without much delay, I will just first go to the so now what we will be doing is we will be going to the collection strategies, right? So here under collection management, right? So first we have the basic rules, right? And then we have the collection rules, right? So as we have told, right? So we have we SAP has already provided the list of basic rules that we have. But what we can do is we can create a copy of them and modify it according to what we need, right? So let's say we have this basic rule selected. We have the basic rule which will determine the risk class of the customer, the amount of overdue and the number of days, right? And also the broken promises to pay. So these are the three kind of rules, right? So which we will need to use. So maybe I want to do some changes to that in my own collection rule. So maybe what I will do is I will just have a separate one created for it. So let's say it's ZBR001, just to identify that this is ours one. We just rename it and we copy all the entries. And what changes here also amount of the individual due within days, right? So I will just put fee over here. Yeah, so this I think we had already used earlier. Set PR001 was what we copied. And I think there were the broken promises to pay also, which we wanted to. We can use the existing one for this BR0013. Okay. So now what we have is let's check what are the attributes that we have set up for this. So yes, so we can specify any risk class over here. So we can have multiple values, we can have single values. Yeah, so we have no restriction on this. So we are not opting for a single field. Maybe we just opt for a single field selection for this, just to make it different from the standard one, right? And then we have the amount of individual item due within the days, which is there. So we will use this as well. Okay. So this is one of the basic rule which I have, correct, which we have created. Now what we will be doing is we'll be going to the collection rules, right? So let's create one collection rule as well for this. So it's not always that we have to go 1:1 for the collection rule and the basic rule. As I have mentioned, the collection rule is a composition of multiple basic rules. Oh, okay. Okay, so as you can see here, we have this basic rule being applied under this particular collection rule. Okay, so as I have mentioned, if there are only one basic rule which is there in one collection rule, right? So this prerequisite check is not relevant. Why? Because then we only have one basic rule to apply, and it does not check that, like, prerequisite means like these fields are mandatory, and if you have an additional field, those are kind of it can be optional. So if there are multiple basic rules which are set up under the collection rule, then you can use this option of this prerequisite, right? Now we go back to the collection strategy. So let's say we have the collection strategy 3, which we try to create. So currency where we determine all this amounts is USD only. Now we come through the different collection rules which we want to apply, right? So first of all, what was the first rule which we had used? Is okay. So first is the risk class, right, which we have just created. So we just first add this, and then we'll just put the valuation score, right? And amount of individual open item due within days. So which we can also apply this, the total of all amount overdue since days, right? So we will explain what is the difference between the total and the individual. So individual means each open item, and total means like overall open item, right? And then what we will be doing is we'll be also adding one for the promise to pay. Yeah. So these are the 3 collection rules which we have added, right? So now what we'll be doing is we will be assigning the score, right? So first of all, the risk class is something which is it is a evaluation from an external agency. So we value it as 25, maybe the valuation score. So we will enter some valuation points over here. So if there are overdue items, right, the check on the overdue items and the number of days, I will put it as maybe yeah. So I will put it as 20. And if there are broken promises to pay, right, so that I will put it as sorry, 30. Okay, so you can see as per the risk code, this collection rule is highest, right? Like, so if there are broken promises to pay, the collection, so it will be of highest priority. Then what will happen is then we have the risk class, which is Yeah, so this is kind of yeah, so this values we are putting as per the weightage that we have decided in the organization. In your organization, right? For example, you value the like you value that whenever there is a broken promises to pay, right? So that customer will be having the highest strategy, highest priority to follow up. Yes. So basically, these valuation figures, these are not kind of defined anywhere. So these are kind of free text. So this is decided by the like when you. So, for example, this is like just to draw like kind of analogy to this one, right? So you can tell like when you are doing one maybe some task, right? You assign the kind of the sequence or maybe which is of which importance to you, right? So that is what is decided by the priority. But to decide the priority, right? So we will be having something which is known as a valuation score. So this valuation score we are giving at the, so I can give any valuation within this particular like maybe I can also mention till 100. I can mention any valuation score for any of these activities, right? So now what we are doing is, let's put the prerequisite conditions over here, right? So let's say my first amount is, I want to check like, okay, I will be only following up on amount which are maybe less than 100 USD. I won't bother for amount which are less than that. And as per our scenario, right, I think we are looking at overdue items minimum by 30 days. If it's not overdue by 30 days, I won't look into those items, right? So okay, so it's a single value, so that's the reason it is only allowing the 30 over here. Let me try to so this is a CR002, right? So let me try to okay. So first I have mentioned only by the amount larger than 100 USD will be followed. I will come back to the overdue days a little bit later. So now we are coming to the risk class. Okay. So the risk class, how we have configured first. First we'll go on to there, and then we'll come back to this one. Okay. So basically, we had like we will be using the credit management module moving forward, right? So in maybe subsequent classes. But the only thing which I wanted to maybe touch upon here is, so there is an option. It's kind of a like an input field, I would say, in the business partner, where you maintain the risk value. Okay. So let's say it is a risk class. Let's say these are the risk class which has been maintained. So 001 A, B, C. So here you don't have any risk score. So that's the reason maybe I can maybe deactivate this, or I cannot, I will not use this value. So let's say for the risk score, right? I think it's in the opposite way. Yeah. So very high is this one, and maybe 61 to 79, something like that. I'm just putting some random values at the moment here. Just okay. Okay, yeah. Mm, thank you. No, it should not be one customer. Yeah, it should be the. Let me first delete this one, which is having blank values first. And now let me do that update. So this is from 1 to 30, right? That we have decided. So 31 to 50 is low, and medium is, let's say, 51 to 75. And here it's 76 to 90, and very high is mm, do we see any overlap, right? No, not here. 76 to 90.
Go back. Yeah, now let's try.
Yeah. So one more thing I can do is I can maybe just just update it this way. So first is, let me just okay. So I have just maybe put kind of the against each. I have created the risk class, and against each risk class, right, we have assigned some score over here. So we will be using these values of this risk class in our BP master, right? So for our simulation, right, I had created two BPs, so that we have one with a risk class high and one with a risk class which is low. So let's see one of them. So yeah, so this is the business partner that we are looking at. So as you can see, this risk class has been saved now, the ones which we had created. So now let's go to the credit management. So under your SAP credit management, right? So there is this field for the risk classification. So let me just go there. So here you can see the risk class, right? So maybe first customer, I will just put a risk class of very high default risk, right? So as rated by the agency. So I will save this. Okay. So that means, okay, so once it, so this is, okay, so there are two types of risk, right, which we can have. One is basically a risk that we have known from the outside agencies, and one risk which we have known when dealing with the customer, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So here my rule is outside agency. So here it does not get kind of updated based on the transactions which we process with the customer. Okay. So when we go through the credit management, we will also see, right, how we can set up the different rules for the calculation. So this is for, I'm just using a simple rule where outside agency is just providing the ratings, and from there we are doing this calculation. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And for us, right, what we will be doing is here we will be doing like a risk classification will be provided by the outside agencies, and then for our internal kind of ratings, right, the criteria will be like how many promises to pay the customer has broken.
Okay.
Okay, so this will be kind of a risk classification from the internal aspect. Okay, so maybe we just put high risk for this one, and we'll just save this. Now let's say the other customer, right? So the other customer is let's say, yeah, this is the other customer 171002, which has been created. So both customers, let's say in the same US region, which I have selected at the moment. So you can have different scenarios. For example, they can be in different regions. The risk classification can be different per region as well. So those things we will do at a later point. But yeah, they have created a lot of, yeah. Okay. Okay, so under this, right, so we have the credit profile. So here, what maybe we'll just mention is we can either maintain it as blank, or maybe we can mention as no default risk. So this customer has not defaulted. As per the other agency also, there is no risk for this particular customer. Okay, so these are the two values which we have maintained. Now let's go back to our collection strategy. So this was our strategy, right? Now what we can see over here is, first is the total of overdue items that you are checking. Then what you are doing is you are having this risk classes. So we just put the condition on the risk classes over here. I am looking somewhere. Okay, so which are the risk categories which we wanted to check? So here you can see, right, I have not put any condition. So that's the reason I'm able to specify single value as well as multiple values. Okay, so now which were the conditions which we are interested in, like so it should be A, B, C, right? Let's say we only consider these three as high risk items. Okay. So you can see this is the next criteria, right? So the first thing which is getting evaluated is, first, what is the total of the overdue amount? Is it greater than 100? Then only my collection rule will apply. Now, after that, right, what will be the next criteria? So whether there is a risk class, maybe kind of, does it belong to the risk class A, B, or C, which are the high risk customers, right? And then what we have is, as part of the internal evaluation, do we have any promises broken by this particular customer or not? So, and by how much amount, right? So let's say it has a history of breaking the promise to pay whenever the total promised is above $2,000, right? So we just save this. Okay, so clear with this rule? Any questions on this rule till now? So first, let's look into the open items first, right? So that we know, like, what are the, so these are my two. So I'm still using a FPL5 over here, but we like, so as I've told, right? So once the data is in FIC or FICO, right, you need to transfer it over to the collection management, and then only it will be subject to this valuation. So now, as you can see, we have two open items which have been booked. So one is 171002 has an open item of 10,302, and here we have an open items of 102, right, for this customer. Now, as per this rule, right, so let's simulate this risk for, save it, and then we just simulate this for maybe this customer first, 171002. Okay, as you can see here, rule 13 does not apply. So he has not broken any promises. Even it does not belong to any of these high risk classes, right? But it has already fulfilled this criteria because the total amount which is due is more than 100 USD. Yeah. So, and also I have checked on this part, like for the calculation of the priority, what it does is basically, so let's look into the scores first. Okay, so maybe we have a valuation score of 20, 25, and 30, correct? So this is for the amount and amount and due. We'll just kind of mention it over here, and risk classification and priority. Okay, so now since only one of the points is satisfied, right, which is 20 points, correct? So this customer is getting a 20 points of valuation based on our internal decided limit, correct? So 20 divided by sum of, so it is 27%, correct? This one. So 27%, as per 27%, like 27 points, right? What should be the risk category for this? Let me just go back. So we can see whenever it's 27%, it should come in my medium risk bucket. Okay, and high risk will be over here. So when it's 76 and above, right? So we follow this particular priority derivation, and let's see how it works. So we will now again go back to the process strategy. We will again do the simulation for this. So so are we clear about the priority calculation at the moment? So where we so based on the 3 collection rules that we have, or the collection buckets that we have, we will calculate this as a percentage of the total valuation score. The total valuation score is how much? 75, right? So 20 is how much of the total valuation score? It's 27% of 75.
So
Right? So
Jeet,
that is,
in the work list, it should show as a medium, right?
yes.
Okay,
So let's
because yesterday everything was showing
yeah,
very high.
yeah. So I think the reason why we had that was because we only have one collection rule over
Okay.
there. So that's why it is always hitting the maximum valuation score.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So yeah, so here as you can see, it is 20 points. So now if we see the next stage, so the priority is coming as medium, right, for this customer. Okay. Okay, so this is for the partner 171002, so which is for the low risk customer. Because why? Because we don't have any risk classification, or maybe it's not a high risk customer at all as per the external agencies. Overdue kicked up, but the risk classification did not kick off. For example, in let's say there are some organizations, right, which has a internal collection agents, like internal team for doing the credit, the collection, and whichever they are not able to collect to the internal team, they hire external organizations for that, right? So what do they do is, so basically they only route items which have the broken promises to those collection agencies, right? So they can have a rule set up for that. So what you will see on those cases is the strategy will contain that broken promises as the primary rule, right? Like it will have, that will be the minimum rule, and based on that they can have additional conditions like broken promises greater than 2000 USD, overdue by more than 90 days or something like that. So now let's do it. Let's do one more simulation for the other one, just to be 100% sure on this, right? So we have, so as you can see here, what we see, first rule is satisfied, which is for the amount, right? The second rule is satisfied, which is for the risk class, right? Why it is satisfied? Because it is in our business partner master data, we have seen that the it is classified as a high risk customer, correct? But we have not started kind of dealing with this customer yet. So, and at the moment there are no broken promises to pay, correct? So that's the reason it appears as does not apply. This collection rule does not apply. So now what should be my score? Let's calculate it again. So it should be this plus this, right? Divided by the total, which is coming as 60% at the moment, right? So let's see for 60% whether it's belonging to the medium or high, or so now you can see this item belongs to the priority high. So as you can see, it's kind of a denominator, I would say. Yeah, the maximum valuation is 100. Maximum is because it which the system can handle is 100. So now let's go back. So now we have actually formulated our strategies, correct? So now let's see if we can use this particular strategy in our organization, correct? So now we have set up our segment over here. We have already assigned the rate control, the company codes. No changes onto this, right? And no changes in the credit segment for this as well. So we keep it as it is. We're just reviewing this one by one, right? And for the profiles also, we have 1710, and we have assigned this to 17 this existing segment. So no changes on this, right? But when it comes to our collection groups, right? So here for this collection group, we had assigned the collection strategy Z collect, right? So here maybe we'll just update our new collection strategy. Okay, Z collect 3. Okay. So that means whenever you are, this also makes sense, right? So, so basically that means whenever you the previous example that we were speaking of, right? So when let's say the internal the in-house collection is like maybe the collection trade control team, right? They are unable to collect this item yet from their customer, so they are trying to send some legal notices via some like outside agencies. So what they will do is you can create the collection group for that outside agencies over here and set up the respective strategy for them. Okay. So in those cases, only it will be routed to them and they will be doing the follow-up on those items. Okay, so let's say we selected this collection strategy. We have already kind of set up this collection strategy, and so we assign Z collect 3 to our group, which is 1710 G1. Clear with this? Right now, let's try to generate our work list. So we have okay, so let me check if I have also assigned the collection agent or not. The supervisor can do, yeah, that's true, but let me, I can also maybe just try to be seen. So here I think 17.1. Oh, I have not assigned the collection specialist. So since I at the moment in our group only we have one collection specialist which is available, so I will assign Alok over here. And the same way, if I want to do it for maybe another case, I can want to check this one too.
Hey, I have a question for you.
Yes. It can be left blank as well. So for example, yeah, so there are a few options we have. So when you generate the work list, right? So at that time you have a distribution method. So let's say we have around 6 collection specialists in your organization, right? So either you can evenly distribute those items to them, right? So maybe there are 120 items to be collected. Each collection specialist get 20 work items.
Okay.
So here, because the system at least need to have a rule right over here. So we need to set up a separate distribution rule then for on those cases.
So
Okay.
this is basically I was looking at it. So the distribution procedure associated with this, right?
Yes.
Which is being used to.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So at the by standard, SAP provides this one, the event distribution to the collection specialist. Because why most of the organization uses, yeah. So first of all, there are 2 roles, right? One is a supervisor as well as the specialist role, right? So in general, in due course of time, right? So the So there can be multiple open items, or maybe the customers with a very specific risk scores may be assigned to collection, like maybe a kind of experienced collection specialist over there, right? But so that's why we assign those business partners with the collection specialist. But wherever it is not available, right, still it can be assigned to any of the existing specialists which are there, right? So that's the reason they so it doesn't sometimes it may not be kind of required to set up a separate distribution strategy for that, because you have that possibility to set it up at the business partner level. All right. So that's the reason it is provided. But yes, as you would so there can be, every business is different. So there can be different business scenarios, right, which we can come through. So that's the reason, so there can be user exits as well as enhancement which can be done, so that to add on different distribution methods. Okay. So now let's get started with this. So if we go to the segment 1710, right, and we start with this creation of this collection work list. So now, yeah, okay, so I can see it is completed. Let's see what I've completed. Okay, so there are two messages. Okay, so there were 3 entries which were created in the collection work list. So same, so as I've told, right, so this is we don't give the input on generating the work list for this one. And actually in the first class we had 2 issues. First of all, there was okay, so this limit, how it comes is basically based on the customer range which is used by the organization, right? So based on that, this lower limit and upper limit is defined. So this was based on the customer range that we are using. Like, so we have open items like for this particular entity, right, for all these customers. So for it is picking up for all of them. Yes, right, which is in the collection management module, right? So at the moment, right, we do not have any other kind of. So you can see in this, right, it does not allow you to specify any kind of customer input or specification over there. So I would recommend is first you check whether the item is already there in your collection work list or not. Like that means not in collection work list. It is in the FI line items, right? Whether you have transferred that to the collection management module or not. It is only one transaction which they use.
Okay.
For doing the transfer. So previously in the in the earlier versions of SAP, right? So there were another T code which you can see collection 01, but now they have only one streamlined T code which is send 01 over here.
Okay.
So this is the only T code where you can send the data into this collection management. So that's why this is also, you can see these are all set up as a part of the periodic processing. So you just set up a batch of this.
Okay.
So here we can see that the 3 entries got created. So now let's look further into this entries. So we go to the work box here. Okay, so here we can see that so I think this is coming as medium, right? And the other 2 is coming this is coming as high. Why? Because the risk profile is high for that customer, and for the other 2 it is medium, right? So it is as per what we had simulated earlier, correct? So now let's also go to that Fury app and try to process them. Yeah, so I've just maybe I have this under here, but here it will take some time, so I will just search it here. So at least this till this part it is like how do we determine the like how we formulate the collection strategy, how the priorities is determined, how we generate the work list. This part is totally clear, right? So yeah, so here we have so we will see the collection profile setup later on. And like for example, here as you can see, there are 3 open items which I need to work on. So these are the 3 open items which I have in my inbox at the moment. So now we will go through this concept of promise to pay. So like as the name suggests, right? So that means just let me go on to that slide. Okay, so as we have seen, right? So here, what we can do is first we can see when we are following up with a customer, right? What is the first thing that we will see is what is the number of outstanding that the customer is having, right? The next part of the information we will try to see is, okay, so has the customer already committed to pay for some items or not? So that will be under this promise to pay section, right? So I will try to cover also the installment payment sector like part. Like for example, there can be some customers, like let's say they are opted for an insurance payment, right? And they have told, like, instead of paying the full insurance amount, maybe the annual amount, they want to break it up as monthly installments, right? Like they have decided to change the strategy of the payment, maybe only after the invoice was generated. So you will so there is an option how you can generate the installment letter for that customer, and that can be also monitored through this dashboard, right? So we will see that those cases also in the subsequent classes, right? So then I think this we will check whether we can cover this during the course or not, like the dispute cases and how to handle them, what are the underlying config with behind that. So we will check on further on it. And yes, we are able to drill down to the invoice history, because as we know in Fiori we have a 3-step drill down which is possible. So we can, so now we have the consolidated view, like here, right? You have a view of the entire amount, like, but where you can definitely kind of go further and check the individual invoices as well around it. So those things are possible. So here you can see the individual invoices, right? And apart from that, right, so we also can see, like, if there be any change in the customer contact, right? For example, it is also possible that initially you were liaising with one customer contact and they have maybe changed to a new point of contact. So those are possible. And sometimes what happens is you remove this customer for due to some reason or rather, right? So you have been advised not to follow up this customer at this moment. So you kind of remove this customer from your work list, and at a later point of time you have been instructed to again take those customer into consideration. So those are considered as resubmission. So that means, what are the different scenarios we can have? We can have promise to pay, we can have a dispute, we can have resubmission, and also if we have any kind of change in the customer contact, where the processor can update that, right? So now we are coming to this option of promise to pay. Like, so promise to pay is basically kind of a record, I would say. That means it is not an actual payment from the customer. It is just like they have updated that the payment will be done within this date. Okay. So how, the first thing what we need to do is we need to maintain the RMS ID, right? Actually, it would be wrong to say that we maintain. We check that the RMS ID is already available, the standard SAP RMS ID which we use always. Yeah, in most of the cases we have seen that is good enough for usage. So here you can see we create the RMS ID, right? So RMS ID means, like, what type of activity are you doing? So is it kind of like, it is kind of a like you're following up invoice case to case basis, or maybe there are some different record management procedure for the public sector enterprises, right? So so that means whatever you do over here, it will also flow up to the government agencies, and there will be kind of track record of that. So it can be something like a lazy payment or something on those cases, right? So though you will see, like, whenever there is any default on the like if there be any default on the levy payment or maybe the tax submission and all, right? So those are escalated and it impacts the credit score of the person, right? So that's the reason we have a separate records management for the public sector over here. And for the private sector, we use this area, which is the case management. Okay. So what do we mean by when we use the case management, right? So under this case management, you can see there are different kind of services which are already mentioned. By services, I mean, right, for example, different scenarios are available for my maybe recording of the details against those cases. Okay. So as you can see, this is my RMS ID for the case management, which I have been using here, right? So what will happen is the standard SAP has provided the standard RMS for the collections, which we are kind of reusing. And then, so this is the kind of interface that we see, right? So we have so many kind of cases where we can record our entry for that particular promise to pay item. Okay, so now let me go to one of the cases here. So we go to this. So this is for the okay. So first of all, this is okay. So you when you are following up with this customer, right? So there the collection specialist will need to record, right, how much is the amount, what date is the payment. So for all this promise to pay instruction also, there are certain preconditions or maybe certain fields that need to be filled up.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say okay, so okay, let me just go through one scenario here. So let's say you have a so let's say you are a insurance company, right? In case yeah, so here we have an insurance company which we have at the moment in our system. So now in our insurance company, let's say we have corporate customers as well as the maybe the individual customers, right? So now what is happening is when the corporate for the corporate customers, right, what they do is they enroll their employees for the insurance, correct, over here. And for the individual customers, they are the individual payers, self payers, I would say, correct. So now let's say when the customer contract, right, when they reach out to the corporate customer, the amount of information which they need to, or maybe the details of the information which they need to enter. So what will be they following up? They will be following up on the policy numbers, right? So the policy numbers can be for the it can be a group policy or it can be an individual policy, right? So when they record the promise to pay, right, they need to record specific set of information, correct? Like for example, on which dates the date and the amount will remain common, right? Because any payment will have any amount and any promise to pay will have a particular date, right? Now for like what is the plan, or maybe there can be different options which you can provide, right, for the payment. Let's say some some of the customers, right, so the or maybe defaulters in some cases, they might opt for like they have a, let's say, a credit card bill and they want to split it up into installment payments, right? So you will have some kind of process where you can convert those into installment payments, or you can record them as well, like at the one of the criterias when you do this promise to pay, right? So those templates which will be used in the promise to pay are stored under this record management module over here. So that is what we are trying to do. Okay, so now what we, as you can see, the SAP also recommends to use this standard RMS for this UDM collections, right? So now whenever you go under this case management, right? So what you will find is there are certain standard like record management template which SAP has already provided with all the related element types which we can use. So let's see if we can find them here. Yeah, so this is so for the case details entering, right? So this is one of the kind of templates which SAP has provided for the SCMG SP case, and we will and it has multiple areas, right? Which it integrates, like it is integrated with CRM, like also in case of like to so basically the usage is at the moment only for our promise to pay over here, right? So but this particular case which is mentioned, right, for the record management have usage is multiple areas in SAP. Okay, so that yeah, and we are using only one of the templates from here, which is UDM SPS P2P. Okay. So here you can see the parameter values as well. Yeah. So basically, so these are kind of the case information which is kind of stored for each promise to pay item. So this box tells us about that, like, okay, whenever we log any entry for this promise to pay, this has a retention time of 30 days, right? So that means within 30 days, like this message will appear for your customer, and you can kind of check whether this promise has been met or not. So you can have even a longer duration as well. Like for example, if you want to retain this for more than 120 days or something like that, those are also possible. Okay, so in the edit mode, you can do that. Yeah, so unfortunately, I didn't. Yeah, so we can and also, so basically like it is kind of this is a kind of workbench request object, and for this, right, there are very limited authorization rights over here, so just so that we do not modify anything which is in the SAP namespace for their elements, right? So yeah, so we have so this will be kind of the promise to pay, I would say, record management segment that we will be using. Okay, so as you can see, what we did was we went to the configuration management and for this particular case, and for this case, right, we selected which element that we will be using for the promise to pay. So this is for the promise to pay, the element type that we are using. And if there be certain kind of remarks against those promise to pay, right, for that we use this notes, which is in here. So one is kind of recording the the information which has been given by the customer, and like for the amount and the due date. And if there be some special kind of notes, even if the customer has not paid the amount, let's say the amount due was 1200, but he has paid only 1100, right? So it's a partial fulfillment of the promise, right? So how you note those cases, and maybe how you maybe design the next follow-up routine for those cases, that you can put in the notes as well. Okay. Is it clear at the moment, like what is the purpose of promise to pay? What are the information that we fill up, and what is the difference between notes to promise to pay and the promise to pay itself? Yeah, promise to pay means promise to pay is the first contact with the customer where you get that kind of commitment from the customer to pay this amount, right? Let's if I get one example, you have reached out to the customer where his maybe credit card bill is outstanding, and you get a commitment for the customer that okay, I know that the amount is overdue, but the amount will be paid within the next 4 days, right? So let's say $1,200 will be paid in within the next 4 days, maybe by the 25th of July, the payment will be made. Okay. Now, what we have is, let's say on the 25th of July, you notice that the customer had already promised, but he had only made a payment of 1000 USD. Okay. So that means it's an update on the promise to pay, right?
Yes.
That means, and that means he has partially fulfilled his promise to pay, but there is another $200 which he needs to make payment for. So you will be following up of the customer not on the 1200 but on the remaining 200, and then you will be putting further notes why they had they could not fulfill the payment. If there any particular scenario or situation which is a one time, sometimes the organizations give a one time buffer for kind of a default, and they kind of monitor those kind of occurrences, right, in the future. So I think in those cases also this notes comes very handy. So if you see every month the customer is promising the same amount and there is a shortfall on a particular amount, right? So definitely there must be some problem, right?
But these notes don't have any impact on any of the transactions, right?
Yes, no. So these are additional just as we see the information in the line item text. Yeah. So basically, that means these two are different. So we have one element type for the promise to pay and one element type for the notes to promise to pay. Okay. So now what we can do is we can go back to this. So these two we have already verified that okay. So my these two elements are already there in my RMS. So I will just go back, right? And maybe then I will try to create my attribute profile for my collection management. Okay. But before I go on to this, right? Yeah, so I have to get my RMS ID. This is not required because in the same, the elements, we are not defining anything new. We are using the existing elements. So, and even that is the standard SAP recommendation as well, not to modify the existing SAP elements, and if possible use them as well. So that's the reason we are sticking to this UDM SPS P2P and UDM SPS P2P nodes over here. Now the next step that we are trying to do is we are trying to create the attribute profile. Attribute profile means, right, when you record this promise to pay, right, what are the different characteristics it needs to fulfill, right? What are the field groups which are mandatory, which are not mandatory, and all those things, right? So here we have one attribute profile, let's say 1710 P2P, right? So what will be this under the header data, right? What are the attributes that you will be storing? So all those details are mentioned over here. For whichever field you want to hide, or whichever fields are required, all those things you can specify in this case. Okay. So these are kind of the case attributes. So we have a header level data, and at the same time you can have we can also have a line item data. So let's try to do it. Okay, so under this item information, what are the details that you want to specify? You can put in here. So let's say some of the case attributes which are available. So let's say you want to store this installment amount, or not the installment amount, the promise to pay amount. The next installment I got is, yeah, promised amount, right? So I need to store only this three information: promised amount and when it is promised, right? Promised on, and when is the last payment. These are the three fields which I want to store in my like detailed information. So I can enter where these values will be entered basically. So oh, we already have these three entries somewhere. Let's look in. So whichever are not required in my item information, I can just delete them as well. My last payment here, and then the promised amount is here, and yeah, so maybe this too. I just save it. Yeah, I think yeah. So so basically what I'm doing at the moment is, here you have that like, so basically promise to pay is nothing but kind of a case record management with that customer, right? So here, what are the information that I can store for this case? I have specifying here. So it can have a header level information, which is group 1. Then you can have a line item level information, which is group 2. So it's again up to you. So whether you want only one line of information, then you can header and item, you can club it together. So I have clubbed it into two parts. So now for each item level information, like which is the group 2, you have mentioned in the item level information, you will have the promised amount and the last payment to be stored. So far so good, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now the thing which we will be going back here. So we have created the attribute profiles, right? So under my all these attribute profiles is a kind of a technical information will be getting stored under this table for UTM. Okay. So this is basically just kind of a structure which has been specified over here. So basically with this profile, you will have certain text which should be given, and then there it's just like a just to show that we have a header data and when we have a line item information data over here, right? So let's see if we can also create those text profiles over here. I think this is again, I don't like these are again kind of some development objects, so may not be useful for us in the day-to-day working. So maybe I think we have already created all those elements which are required for the promise to pay. That means we have created we already are reusing the SAP standard RMS ID, and in our attribute profile we have specified what are the fields which needs to be put in. So let's kind of, I think we can jump to our maybe the processing those open items that we have, and maybe recording some promise to pay against them so that we can use it for the further process. Okay. So let's say this is my open item, right? So for this, I want to create a promise. So here you can, yeah, so I can just make a note promised, the promised amount, let's say is 10,000. and let's say their promise for 25th. Yeah. Yeah, so let's say it's the minimum due amount which has to be paid. Yeah, this is having a problem. Let me try by the normal, like maybe during in the Fury tile it is having some issue. Let me also try by the using the normal processing worklist. I'm not sure. Sometimes there is this certificate is not secure, so sometimes it creates some problem. So let me kind of exit this and go back to the normal tile. Okay, so we were into this item, right? Hmm. Oh, there are some issues. Illegal keys. Yeah, it seems there is a kind of dump on this. So there seems an ABAP dump around this. Yeah, so this is still not, I think, resolved at the moment.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard reporting option in SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Option A, Aged Debt Report. Option B, Dunning Report. Option C, Customer Credit Limit Report. Option D, Accounts Payable Report. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hello everyone. Are you interested in mastering SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Look no further than our comprehensive course on Teachable. This self-paced training will equip you with the skills to effectively manage your collections process. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you gain a deep understanding of SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management. You will learn how to streamline your collections process, minimize bad debts, and improve cash flow. The course is designed and delivered by industry experts with years of experience in SAP S4HANA FSCM. They'll share their knowledge and best practices, guiding you through each module with clear explanations and real-world examples. Don't just take our word for it. Our course has received outstanding feedback from students who have successfully implemented what they've learned and achieved remarkable results in their organizations. The best part? This invaluable training comes at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to enhance their skills and advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including course curriculum, pricing, and enrollment information. Unlock your potential and become a SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management expert today.
Yes, so basically, as we have dealt with this, like when you reach out to the customer, right? So this promise to pay will act as a kind of commitment from the customer, where we indicate like what is the amount that they will be paying, at what date they will be paying, and you will be kind of tracking the customer based on that commitment, whether they have fulfilled that commitment or not, right? So for promise to pay, right? So I think I have kind of discussed, right? We have different types of elements under that. So where you either mention that what is the for which case you're doing this, when there is a follow up on that particular case, right? You also have some additional notes like case notes which you record, right? So this too we had kind of set up. Now the thing which we'll be trying to do is we had also created the case type. Let me just go through that one more time for the case type. So in the system, what we will be doing is so these are the different case types that we have seen. So let's try to create it. So case type, you can tell that those are like promise to pay documents, right? So when you have any promise to pay, so those are the documents that you use. So you can see there are different case types which are available over here, and we have set up the case type using the RMS ID UDM collections. Okay, so just to go back a little bit, I think when we talk about the RMS ID UDM collection, it has different elements. So I will just kind of yeah, so we had dealt about this too. This and this one. So these were the UDM SPS case notes and the UDM SPS case that we are using, these two element types, right? And the case type which we will be configuring is over here, right? So we will be seeing the case type which we want to use at this place. So let's say we have this so these are like so basically this case type tells you in which process they are used. So here for example we can let's say we have a case type 1710 and the description is promise to pay 1710 that we are using. RMS ID that remain the same, right? We are not changing. So here you can see the two element types which we have, right? And this is kind of the like the case recording model will be depend like based on the RMS ID, so it is the same that we are using. And if you want to have, it's just like when we set up from document, right? We have the number ranges. So similar to the right. So case are also some kind of notes document, I would say. So that's why you need to define the number ranges over here. So yes, so this is the case type that we have created 1710. So let's save this. Okay, so we just verify if this number range if this document type has the number range set up or not. So we have used the number in 01. So 01 you can see we already have the number ranges maintained. So it is not maintained by the company code. So it's just like a when we have the kind of the Coupa or the controlling area document number range where we define at the controlling area level, right? So similar to that, like here also it is at the general data level, so where we have the number ranges which is set up so this is the this is not defined at the organization data level, but it is defined at the client data level. Okay, so this case number. So we have set up the kind of we have set up the case type, and we have also defined the number range. So so we will be following the same kind of variant principle, right, where we kind of assign this case type to the company code in order to use it, right? So that we can do here. Let me check. Yeah, so this part. Okay, so now let me, so which are the case type which can use, right? So those comes up here, like for example, because each case type will have some kind of status status as well, right? For example, whether the promise, whether you have reached out to the customer, they had made the promises, and then where they, if they have fulfilled the promises, or maybe you need to kind of record it as this promise to pay was broken, right? So how do you record that? So there should be some status, right, which you need to indicate, right? So those are kind of stored under this automatic status changes. So now, for example, here, right, you can store those text IDs one by one. So for example, for this case type 1710 right, we can create the like the text IDs first, and under the text ID we'll share the notes, like, okay, so what are the different statuses, those we will store first. So let's try to create one. Yeah, so if I copy this over, so here you can see we have it's a case type 1710 for which I have extended, and now basically we are using the text ID 002 for this one. Okay, so 002, we will see how we maintain the different status under that 002 as well, right? So first, what we have done, we have defined the case type, then we have assigned the number range for that. And now in order to use that case type, we also need to do some definition over here. Like for example, what will happen if the promise is fulfilled or the promise is broken and all those cases, right? So we define the text ID for that. And what we will now do is we'll also assign the automatic status change for them. So if you just put like with the case type 1710, right? And here you can see whether we are using this case type or not, like under our receivable management. So that we can see at this place. So let's say we want to, like, once you decide that you want to discontinue using this case type, you can just maybe set it to 30, and then you can need to do the reassignment. And now if you like, so basically there is, once it is active, and then you need to confirm it. Okay, so these are the two stages. So we are we are using that this particular promise to pay is already confirmed to be used. So we just save it across, right? Okay, so yeah, so till this part is it clear, right? So there are is there any confusion at the moment?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thanks. So now what we'll be doing is we will be assigning this to our company code, which should be coming up. It's already confirmed. Right, only coming at this too. Okay, so yeah, so this I am trying to connect because it is this our configured case type is not coming in this list. Because we have already confirmed it. Yeah, so we have. Okay, these are the only changes. Maybe we just yeah. So why it is not? Try to check. No, it's the same. That 1710, the promise to pay, it is not appearing. So that. So am I missing something over here? Should not be. Is there oh, okay. So it is referring to this part. Let me check. Yeah. So we have this case side. Yeah. So we are already set up. Yeah, so we have set up the case ID. We have set up the case type as well. Yeah, somehow this not. Yeah, so that description is not coming up in this space. So that's what my worry is over here. So we have already kind of copied this over. Okay, so yeah, so I need to just kind of check here why that that updated description is not coming up in this place. So it is basically the promise to pay for which we have created for 1710 specifically, but we don't have any kind of changes here because we are using the exactly same standard SAP one promise to pay that we have. The only additional thing that we have mentioned over here is like, so whenever we have the broken promises, right, with this 1710, it will or maybe when we are following up with this customer, right, and they have already promised to pay this 1710, so it will set up the dunning block over there. So that means we won't be following up to the customer until and unless like, for example, since they have already promised, right, so you won't be following up to the customer again. So until and unless he kind of he doesn't fulfill that particular promise. And this tolerance days means, like, for example, he has promised to pay on 24th of July, for example, right? But we will give him a grace period of 2 days over here. So that means like if he doesn't pay by 26th, right? So then only we will do the follow up with him. So that is the kind of in principle like the working how it's done. So we set up the company code, we assign like, okay, so it is assigned to that particular case type. We have the number of like the running block when the promise to pay is being done, and then like if in order to fulfill that, we have the tolerance days over here. So it again depends on the company policies that you have with the customer. Based on that, you set it up. No, not on 26. So basically, when I reach out to the customer, right, the customer would have promised that I will be doing this payment on the 24th, right, for example, right? So that means I will be recording that as a notes, right, in my document, correct? like when I go in my work list basically. So that means it will be blocked for dunning once I do that recording. Like once I record that the customer has promised to pay, it will be blocked for
Okay, so
for
once
dunning.
you record the promise to pay, the dunning block is automatically assigned.
Yes, right. But
Okay.
now whether they has paid or not, we will be the collection agent will again follow up, right? Let's say on the 26th he will follow up. Why? Because he has a tolerance days of 2 days, right? So once he follows up on 26th and he sees that the promise to pay is not fulfilled, right? So then it will be kind of the dunning block will be lifted, and there will be kind of more rigorous, like because then it will be we are having one more collection strategy for that, right? For example, if the promise to pay is not fulfilled, it will come at the top of the work list for the collection specialist.
Yeah,
Right?
but if the dunning block gets removed, if for the broken promise to pay, what is the action system takes based on our configuration?
Yeah, so what we will be seeing through that. So basically, once we save that the promise to pay is not fulfilled, right? So then the system will kind of maybe here I will just remove the tolerance days at the moment for our testing. So the system will kind of remove that particular dunning block, and we will have the promise to pay level update as one, like broken one. So this will, yeah, so the level of the promise to pay which has been broken is 1. So again, there will be kind of follow up with the customer. Okay. So let's see that. So now we have saved the promise to pay and we have set the dunning block as B. Yes, so it's at the company code level that we are doing, because this block will be because there is a reason behind that also, because all these strategies for whether like how many days of tolerance that you will be giving, whether the promise to pay is set like turning block or not, right? So this has to be decided at the organization data level, right, and not at the individual customer level.
Okay.
Okay, so with
But
this, right?
how do we say for certain customers?
No, because this is kind of like when you activate, right? So so all the kind of options, right? Like so here you can see, right, which are the kind of additional functions. Like collection management already comes with like setting up the notes and resubmission and putting the customer contact details. All those things comes. But apart from that, right, so you can also have some additional functions which the collection specialist can do from from his or her collection work list, right? So this is defined at the general level, so you do not define that at the company code level as well. So basically all those functions that we have seen, right, let's say, if I go back to so here, like when I go to my work list, yeah, so all those options are already kind of here, right? So this is not kind of customizable, but you can have yeah, so there is like at this general level, right? So we are not blocking any particular functionality for a particular customer. So the collection specialist has this option to do a promise to pay, as well as like do a dispute case for a customer, or resubmission or note, right? So all those things can be done by the collection specialist when they are okay. So let's say for this particular customer, right? So I have reached out to them, and he had done some promises to pay, right? So for example, this was the like so system automatically proposes the total amount 102. Let's say the customer has promised to pay 100, right? And promised for, so you can mention which date he has promised. So he told that I will be making the payment today on this, and you can also mention like who has promised. So let's say right? And if there will be some particular contact, okay, so which you want to save. So yeah, and in the reference, basically you put across like for which invoice they are trying to like maybe in any particular invoice reference they're trying to clear, because here you're putting that for a document, that's right. For another document you can have multiple invoice references as well, right? So especially for kind of collective billing options, so maybe there are let's say you have four billing like four orders, right, which are for which you have done collective billing. So that means maybe the customer has agreed, like okay, I have already the clarity on three of them, so I will pay for all three of them. So you can mention that in the notes, and also you can put some reference over here. So say so I will just put the reference number. Be something like that. I will just put it. Okay, so once I do this, I can just save this.
Yes.
So it is saved. So now, so that means the promise to pay has been created. So if you see over here, you can see that the promise to pay has been created. So now we will also see the Dunning block setup on this particular custom document number. So if I see this document, this is kind of the promise to pay which is open. So it should set up a, because once they have already promised, right, we should be not be kind of following up on that customer. So that's the reason it's important to save this. Yes, let me check because I had already updated. So yeah, the status is open. It's true. Okay, so I have yeah. I have not saved this. Yeah, I have not saved the contact with that particular customer. Yeah, so maybe that's the reason. So let me just do that first. So this was the text that we had submitted. So we had created those text IDs, right? So these were the ones. So as you can see, like once you set up this promise to pay, it goes off your work list over here. So let me now check back again if now this is updated or not. It should be. block. It does not get updated yet for this, because this has to be, this should happen automatically, so it should not be a manual process around it. So this is what we have set, right? Yeah, for this company code 1710. This is quite weird. Yeah, we have set it to that block. This one. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see dunning block for items with open promises to pay. So it should be kind of set. To just check why it is not being done. Okay, so let's try to find it out why it is not being done over here. So yeah, so I can transfer this network. It is not kind of no. It should be there in my worklist. Yeah, so this is kind of. Yeah, so here I can see that this, yeah, but why the promised amount is not coming up? You can see the promised amount is not coming up. Maybe that's the reason why it is not there. So that's the reason actually it is not picking it up. So if I see here, yeah, so here you can see the promised amount is here, but it is not coming up in my work list over there. So so here you can see that the promised amount is already there, right? So, but it is not coming up in my workspace. So there should be some kind of problem around there. So here we can see the so in my top work list, right? So this is in my completed document. It should show up that this was my promised amount. So so you mean to say under promise to pay button, so there should be so there is I cannot see any log at the moment, but
Yeah, if you go into display, there was a log option somewhere I saw.
okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
see it.
okay. Yes. maybe what I can do is I can promise for a future date so that at least, yeah, that can be possible thing for which, so it is not realized because we don't have any tolerance date, right? So the system also doesn't know whether this promise is fulfilled or not. So yeah, so here, yeah, so the log also does not have any details for this. You can see. Actually, it should open up. The log should tell me that this promise to pay was booked on which date and when it was changed, because we had done some changes also, right, on that promise to pay.
So that means the log is not, are the notes showing up? So even the notes are not.
Yeah. So some kind of issues, I guess, for this part, which is, I think the last time when we had requested, they have fixed this portion, like where it was going through ABAP dump, but I think still the notes and the log is still not kind of
Now
activated.
the status should be active or confirmed.
It should be okay. So yeah, that's true, because we have set up two right over here. Like the status changed either like once it is fulfilled, right, it will be confirmed.
Okay, once it's fulfilled. Okay.
Right. So now if I go back one more time, I will just try to set up with a future date, and if it still not works, then I need to kind of check back again why running functionality is not auto triggered right from here. So maybe I will just put 24, just one future date. Yeah, promised on is 23rd. Okay, so changes have been successfully saved. Now let's try to look into the document again. Hopefully it comes up. It also doesn't make sense because there can be some promises which the customer can make, like today they will complete the payment, right? So in those cases also it should set up the dunning block ideally. No, still it is not updated. So there is some issues it seems with this one, like, so basically where once my the desired functionality is when we set up the promise to pay, right? So we already have the dunning block will be activated for that. So it generally gets activated, but I'm not like I need to check back one more time over here, like why it is not working the same way over here. So because we have, so these were the only setups that we had to do for the promise to pay, and as you have seen, right, we have already mentioned that this should be set up in here.
Hello everyone. Are you interested in mastering SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management? Look no further than our comprehensive course on Teachable. This self-paced training will equip you with the skills to effectively manage your collections process. Our course covers everything from the fundamentals to advanced techniques, ensuring you gain a deep understanding of SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management. You will learn how to streamline your collections process, minimize bad debts, and improve cash flow. The course is designed and delivered by industry experts with years of experience in SAP S4HANA FSCM. They'll share their knowledge and best practices, guiding you through each module with clear explanations and real-world examples. Don't just take our word for it. Our course has received outstanding feedback from students who have successfully implemented what they've learned and achieved remarkable results in their organizations. The best part? This invaluable training comes at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to enhance their skills and advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including course curriculum, pricing, and enrollment information. Unlock your potential and become a SAP S4HANA FSCM Collection Management expert today.